as we are once again live upon the internet. Let's make sure that we are in all ways. Oh, actually, we are not on the day. I forgot everything. Thought I did this part already, but I forgot apparently, as the YouTube side of things was not set to public there. And actually, I wanted to change the title, but I totally forgot. Did I not? Yep. I'm good at this streaming thing. I'm doing all the things correctly. Yeah. 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 We'll leave it as is then. We'll take the afternoon ones. Yeah, let's get to recording right away, because I'm also kind of starting a little bit later than I wanted, but I had to kind of, as my bed was nice and warm. So I wanted an extra half hour in it. But yeah, let's now actually go and get set up to record the thing. I did actually do one other thing to set up, because yeah, I know where I want to do the intro for this. But yeah, for that I need to reach that point. So I'm gonna pop a thing. Let's already actually dress this character up. With white Krampus and the white Krampus mask. Yeah. I might go with something else, but as the mask at least. But yeah, we're gonna have Krampus, and I'm gonna load in the other account. But yeah, we first need. This area isn't accessible without a bounty in it, is it, right? Without side mission or without bounty. No, actually it is, because you don't need... Oh, actually I don't need...
Hostile control point detected.
So damn
At least I don't think I do. Yeah, that's where... Because yeah, you can go get the box just without the bounty, right? So you have access at the very least still. Oh, fine.
I'm ready for you.
Surprise crumbles. And he the dab, and he the dag, and he the heart. And I hope everybody's enjoying their evening so far. I had a scrumptious meal. And I had a really good nap. I feel pretty good. And ready to build Showcase it up. Yeah, this is accessible, right? Yeah, even without bounty. First things first, you're not festive enough, go away. There we go. One of the sneezes of like, will I, won't I? Let's already load in that character. Let me in the background already make a new folder. 25, 12. How do I have a 13 there? Something went wrong there with that folder. 25, actually. 25, 12, 25. Yeah, how do I have a 13? 25, 13. You know, that famous 13th month. And yeah. TS build showcase. What was the last build showcase? Pistol Headhunter. Let's get a Photoshop file and a description file real quick. And then for this one, I'm gonna try something a little bit different. That might actually be how we do build showcases going forward. This one's the experiment one. Yeah, just prepping the file a second. I should just make an empty one of this. Oh, something happened there. And hey, even, and thank you so much for the 5 gifteds there. As always, much appreciated, and sure everybody that got one as well will be very happy with the Christmas cheers there. And indeed, Merry Christmas and then happy holidays. And I hope you're having a great time, and hope everybody else is too. And yeah, I definitely appreciate the generosity there. And I will be sure to waste it on some silly apparel like the one that is the reason why I'm on second account where I don't even have tipping skills. I'm gonna invite this one in, accept it over there. I should have just joined over there. That would have been easier.
Another agent has joined your group.
So the thing I'm thinking, also, yeah, let's actually have this up, is we're gonna have this one here, although actually I need to set surrender, I feel. Or do we just go Zen instead? That could be funny. Or Bell. Bell could work. Could you stop doing whatever the fuck you're doing over there? It's very distracting, Mr. Krampus. This is infinite, right? Yeah. Actually, yeah. Yes. So yeah. I need this, actually. I'll need this as well in a second. Why have one controller when you have two for twice the price? This one controls that one. Hello? Need to click in it. Did I set this to? Yeah. Okay. This will likely be somewhat white. Yeah. And then this we make. Does this character have that? I shouldn't that works too. Oh, actually, that's not as white as that. Oh, actually, this might not be whitish. Yeah. This is actually a workable angle. Yeah, kind of. So let's do some of that. A little bit of that. This one was it, right? I actually like how silly this looks. So we are. Also, Krampus, definitely BTSU. Oh, the FI does that, of course. The green line. And also doesn't. Actually, it's fine. We don't see the back on him anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Let me catch up here again as I'm kind of in my world. So yeah, we're gonna go and record the intro in a second. Let's actually do that's recording. Everything's working. Yeah. Let me catch you up. Well, sounds somewhat healthy. At least some sleep. And indeed, Merry Christmases all around. I need a melon. And yeah, we're gonna need to record some tipping skills. We're gonna record the intro, of course, to start with, and then go from there. And yeah, happy to have you along. I need a video. I need a grind. Let's so yeah, the idea is this, and then we start well without that on screen. So wait, let's put it in the right scene. Should actually record this separately and just play it in the background, but I'm too lazy. Let's say we start on that and then just although here I need to be going down. That's an annoying thing. There's no 6 degrees of freedom here. Well, actually, if I do this and I go this, oh, there is actually okay. So I could do it like that. Just can't just have it a little bit slanted. I want it to end kind of here, especially, and then just have it like that. Yeah. Tipping scale, timestamps, everything will be linked down below. Yeah, let's give it a test run, and then likely I'll need a few takes. Partially because I'm doing the movement as well. Why is my god damn it game? Why is my patch incorrect? Oh, why is that character? It's not it's this character's patch incorrect. No, that's the wrong problem. Why is that patch incorrect? What? How did this happen? No, not. How is this Summit Mastery? Why would I have Summit Mastery there? Where's my heart? Oh, maybe we should have Krampus there. You know what? We'll have Krampus there, actually. We'll have Krampus there. So. Back. Actually, also just point where I'm pointing you. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, let me get you one last time before we go into some intros. Anything called praise, indeed. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Oh, Oh, this is in the Krampus mission. Yeah. So let me make sure also our focus is as good as it can be. Or if you mean my apparel, that's from that's this week's bundle. And the festive delivery, yeah, often as well. But yeah, this is the bundle of this week, the apparel on this character, and then the Krampus is of course Krampus. Oh, man. And there's the capybara kind of thing. It also has a backpack slot thingy, or a backpack. Actually, we should wear that, but I'm too lazy to go find it. Yeah. I get it. Is it festive? It's not in this thing, is it? Actually, it'll come around again. Because I will be in the whatever. Because likely Valentine's, I don't think they're gonna do like a same thing like this for Valentine's. I don't think. Like a truly like fully special event, so they'll likely just release the special order. So you'll likely have this again. Yeah, let's do an attempt, and then we go from there, and we'll see where we land. So yeah, today I want to give a build showcase on tipping skills, LMG sets, timestamps, everything's linked. Yeah, let's go get started. Yeah. Could have multiple reveals. Yeah. Let's do that. Yeah. I should pre-record the back. Actually, I realize now. But let's try. Let's see how it goes. It's not too hard. It's just an intro. What was my name again? Oh, yeah. Always the joke. Lamest joke. Yeah. Hi, I'm forgetting how to speak. Also, hi, my throat is already not wanting to do hours of speaking. Hi, am I here? Oh my, wow, my voice is kind of locked. One sec. La 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 la. And there we go. Open it up a little. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have we've done so many in-depth looks, I automatically went to in-depth look. I want to keep a build showcase. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to give a build showcase on tipping skills. As tipping skills has come in last season with Year 7 Season 2, and it is a very powerful and functional gear set. We left it for this season to come and do a build showcase on it, as of course we knew that some things were going to change when we saw the PTS and of course all of the gear that was coming with that. So now with this season now here, we can go back and give tipping skills its rightful due, as it is a really powerful LMG gear set that is well worth having and running and playing around with. As with all build showcases, we'll first go over the build itself, some of the build pictures, and then reach the point where we take it to some calculations. For this build showcase, I'm going to do things a little bit differently. We'll be having calculations and gameplay somewhat intermixed, as we'll go one to the other, discuss some of the calculations, and then take that into gameplay. And I would love to hear your feedback on that. If you enjoy it better or worse, let me know, and we can see if we keep it like that going forward. Everything will be timestamped down below, so you can jump to wherever you want to go. And of course, everything that we'll discuss and show will be linked down below as well. Let's go get started. That really sound like my voice was trying to go, because my voice was really trying to go away. I feel I kind of hit it, but because actually I really liked how that worked. I feel that's like a good one take. Not too many ums and ahs. Wow. Wow. I'm exaggerating a little bit. My voice is going like that. I feel Krampus is taking over. Just things we're going to change some of the calculations and then take that into gameplay. And I would love to hear your feedback on that. If you enjoy it better or worse, let me know and we can see if we keep it like that in going forward. Everything will be timestamped down below so you can jump to wherever you want to go. And of course, everything that we'll discuss and show will be linked down below as well. Let's go get started. Oh, you can definitely hear the raspiness in it, but I'm fine with it. It's fine. I like how everything else went. So. Oh, so it looks nice and silly. Yeah, now comes the annoying part. Because now, yeah, let's do that. So, wait, let me make sure I share that all the audio and stuff. Because for a second there. And for today's video, I want to... Shut up, me. That's the wrong one. Did I hear a crackle? Of course, we knew that was coming with that here. Well worth having and running and playing around with. As with all build showcases, we'll first go over the build itself, some of the build pictures, and then reach the point where we take it to some calculations. For this build showcase, I'm going to do things a little bit differently. We'll be having calculations and gameplay somewhat intermixed, as we'll go one to the other, discuss some of the calculations, and then take that into gameplay. And I would love to hear your feedback on that if you... Yeah, you can really hear this raspiness on it, but it's fine. Yeah, so now comes the annoying part. I need to swap the account. Because, yeah, just for that, for the other accounts to be in aim mode. Okay, could you go away? Thank you. To be in aim mode like that, they need to be that account. So that means that I now need to swap accounts and have that account be back here. So, so the screen will go black. But yeah, it'll be back in a sec. Actually, for the outro, I want to try something as well, and we might need some extra assistance for that. I'm also gonna put that account already there for exactly that. But yeah, we started with one Krampus in kind of as our periphery. We'll end with 3 Krampuses, of course. Yeah, let's load up the game on this side because I need made account. Oh, and oh, thank you so much there, Timotz, for wow, 20 gifted subs or well, 20 gifted memberships, I should say it right. And yeah, thank you so much for the kindness and yeah, I'm speechless. My speech is less. And yeah, I'm sure everybody that got a membership there will be very grateful. But yeah, thank you so much for the kindness there. And yeah, I hope you're having a great day and a great Christmas and happy holidays all around. With both the 2 mets and the 2 bets. And yeah, thank you so much for the kindness there. And yeah, definitely much appreciated. And yeah, we'll be sure to buy more silly apparel, even more. I wonder if Resurgence has silly apparel. Maybe we can go to Resurgence just to buy silly apparel there as well. At some point, maybe we'll see. Oh, how should I explain break exactly? That's definitely that voice of. Oh, audio is broken. That's definitely that voice of like, just of a like, I'm a gear and it smokes everything, of course. Wait. Yeah, just resetting the audio driver there, but that of course cuts out whatever. So anyway, but yeah, it needs a. I'm a gear and smoke 7 bags a day. $70 bags. And all of these guys are naughty. I do like the naughty skin. It's too bad it's wait, it's not for the MG5, right? It's just for the infantry MG5. So let's deal with these guys. Are just no, I don't want that target. Oh shit, now I have to fast roll away, don't I? Or at least like get far enough away so the bounty ends. I don't want to do the bounty, I just want to go into the building. I'm also fine I should die here. Oh, but let's maybe not.
Agent down.
How embarrassing. I went down on normal. How will I ever live this down? I won't, I'll be dead. On normal. Come on then. Make through on your words.
Serious trauma detected.
Let's fornicate. How far do I have to get for this bounty to... Or am I... maybe I'm not... Maybe I can still cancel it. I can still... Because yeah, I just want to go back into that building just so, you know, continuity. Oh, that did look indeed pretty good. Worked that. Is the festive in the winter crates? I mean, it must be actually, right? It is like original Christmas item, I feel. What's the better background? So that this place is actually kind of dark. Although that might be the better background, right? We stand here. Looks weird if I'm not. Try to get the happy holidays in there. Anyway, we're definitely not rolling around with this. Yeah. So yeah, we start with the gear sets. We talk through this. We talk about equalizer and other options. Exotic. We show, actually, which slot is it? 11. Okay. We show that. And then we quickly go to guns. And we'll leave skills and specialization till the build picture. Well, actually, yeah, and I will hit on them and then just go to the build picture itself. Let's see if this all loads up correctly. So this is the build picture. Yep. So that'll be over there. Actually, I should have the build collection up first, and then we'll go like in the build collection. Yeah. UI Tech Tank, Heartbreaker, Lexi Tech Tank, the gear set. They play differently because of the gear set. So the shield is effectively the same. Their damage is dependent on the gear set. Both gear sets are good, but they play differently. The Heartbreaker just shoots enemies and just builds up stacks. And then, you know, becomes stronger. The Umbra has to go in cover, but then can start at full damage and then loses damage as the fight goes on. And then you go into cover again to charge it up again. And But yeah, basically the tech tank style, you can stick it onto so many styles of build. So that's why like it is like that. And then we could have different gear sets and they do different things because they're different gear sets. Yeah, let's go here and let me make sure this works out. Yeah. I know. Let's discuss this. Oh, it actually works out as well that this like the side is black. Makes it a little easier to read the text here. Yeah. Let's go. And let's, of course, start by looking at the build that we'll be showcasing today. This is going to be the main kind of layout that we'll be going with, where we will be taking the backpack of tipping scales, avoiding the chest, mostly taking an exotic alongside of it, and then, of course, pairing it with LMGs as we are here. We'll be going into it with different exotics and such throughout the build showcase, but as the basic and also the build picture, it is laid out like this. Let's start by discussing what tipping skills is, of course, because as a gear set, it is very much centered around an LMG. With 2 pieces, we get LMG damage. With 3 pieces, we get 30% LMG damage, and that is, of course, quite strong and kind of locks us in towards going LMGs. I have seen, actually, no, let's not go into that. I'm kind of going all over the place, but also I was about to go into a thing I want to discuss way later. I don't want to discuss that here. It'll fill up the rifle thing. Like, foregoing that is just, yeah. Let's not go there yet. Take 2. Although, well, actually, that was take -1, so this is take 0. We always start on take -1. That gives me 2 takes before we're on take 1. That's how I stay a 1 take 1 there. Oh, yeah, let's go. And let's, of course, start with the basic layout that we'll be taking for tipping scales throughout this build showcase. We are mostly going to be using the tipping scales backpack, avoiding the chest, taking an exotic alongside of it, and of course pairing it with LMGs, as tipping scales is definitely very much aligned towards LMGs. Here with the 2 pieces, we are getting 30% magazine size. With 3 pieces, we're getting 30% LMG damage. And the 4th piece of tipping scales brings us the throttle control, which is the main mechanic of tipping scales. And the text of it is actually a little bit unclear, which is kind of annoying, but of course we'll explain that here. Shooting builds stacks to a max of 50. And originally, all the way back when we saw this with the PDS, I was very confused of like, oh wait, we're building stacks, 50 stacks. Oh, that'll be, you know, quick enough to hit 50 stacks. But it is actually, this is 50 stacks as just shooting. Now, the way that it works is that it is per second that you fire. If you have fired within that second, you get 5 stacks. It doesn't matter what weapon you are firing with. It doesn't need to be an LMG, and we'll be using that later on as well. But if you have fired within that second, you will get 5 stacks, and that is how it builds up. That also means that we don't need enemies to shoot at, or for instance, be hitting enemies or critting on them or such. None of that is needed to build up these stacks. That also means that we can actually start shooting before even the enemy spawns and start building up stacks. We would be wasting ammo, of course, doing so, but that's perfectly fine in a lot of situations. And by doing that, we can build up our stacks when the enemy, for instance, comes out of a door. For instance, with a lot of boss fights, this is the case, of course. We know when they're going to spawn and such. When they come out, we're already mostly, or preferably even, fully stacked, and we can do our full damage at that point. Each stack provides plus 0.5% a weapon handling. That means that at the full 50 stacks, we have 37.5% weapon handling, which of course will feed into the accuracy, the stability, the swap speed, and most importantly, the reload. Each point of weapon handling is just directly 1 point into all 4 of those categories. But then for the damage component side of it is that, and alongside of that, we get 4% critical hit damage, which means that at this 50 stacks, here before we include the backpack, which will take this to 7%, this 4% means that we're getting 200 crit damage once we're at full stacks. That is quite a lot of crit damage, but that's also going already into a pool where generally we already have a little bit already there. Unlike, for instance, Striker, that is a separate multiplier, we need to account for this. And of course, as well, a lot of more talents will interact with this crit damage as well. Then the biggest kind of downside of it, while we can build up stacks even without the enemy there and such, what we also have is we lose 6 stacks per second while not shooting. And no stacks are lost if an enemy is suppressed. This not shooting means that, yeah, when we are reloading, we are, of course, not shooting, and that means we'll be losing some stacks. All of the LMGs have generally a longer reload than, for instance, ARs or SMGs and such. And because of that, we will lose quite a bit of stacks. Though there is, yeah, the line here of no stacks are lost if an enemy is suppressed. This is any enemy. This doesn't need to be an enemy that you have suppressed. This just needs to be an enemy that is in combat at the time and is suppressed by you or your allies. If they are, you can actually run around, because if we're running around, you generally as well, we're not shooting either, or reload without losing any stacks. And that's going to be a mechanic that we will be using quite a lot. Okay, I'm gonna cut it there because it's going well. We'll split it up into some parts, but also I felt kind of a sneeze coming up, but also it went away. Just in case it wanted to pop out. So far so good. And yeah, I don't mind splitting that part up into several parts. Yeah. Catch up here for a second. As I'll be, while I'm recording, I'll be focused on that. But in between, I'll catch up on chat and stuff. So if you have any questions, if you want to know a thing, if you just want to say hi, feel free to do so. I'll catch it up in between. And yeah, enjoying life, I hear, teammates. Yeah. Well, happy to hear that. And yeah, thank you again for the generosity there. Much appreciated. And yeah, same for everybody that gets some memberships there. I went to play so yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's basically different gear sets. Different gear sets play differently. So we're getting different stuff out of it. I also want to make a Coco one actually pretty soon. We might add that in at some point. 52nd. I did, didn't I? Wait, we get 25 actually, yeah. Wait, does ending change that? No. Yeah, it's not 0.75, is it? Did the chest change that? No. Oh, that's the chest. Fuck, you're right. Yeah, that's fine though. We'll re-record that little segment. It was fine, but also I fumbled a little bit. I was saying I was caught on the word of course on this one. Like I was going of course. I was catching myself. So let's of course redo that then. Yeah, you're right actually. That's a chest. And there's also 47. I was also actually unsure if this was 7, but that part I got right. Yeah. Also, actually, the thing that I'm saying at the start, I shouldn't say that at the start because we should first explain the gear set and then we go like, not the chest, not the, and we don't use the chest, we do use the backpack. So that's good as well. We can retake it. Yeah. But yeah, let's do it and let's do it right. That was like 2 minutes of recording. So. The best way to get expertise up, I've been trying to get it to 30. At some points, it becomes just, for instance, now, especially just getting levels with the 5 times XP up. Getting levels, putting those into printer filaments, putting the printer filaments into expertise, likely is for the time being the fastest. while doing so as well, just running stuff, honestly. Once you get kind of higher up in there, of course, starting out, donate everything. Make sure that everything that is easy to donate is donated up. But yeah, you'll reach a point where it's the harder stuff and you kind of have to either, put some resources into it and then also always be running. So basically always be running at least a skill that isn't proficient. Like even if you aren't really using it, like, a sniper turret there on a red build, that doesn't make sense, but just for proficiency. Always stick an exotic in here, always be running some named when they aren't proficient yet. Basically, always have it in the back of your head. Always if these, especially these two, the receiver components and the protective fabrics, you fill up on these pretty fast. Just always empty these out into that, and then just, you'll get fresh ones in the future. Maybe keep a little bit in case you need to like craft the thing or so. But yeah. It's coming soon. Oh yeah, actually that too. There is indeed a proficiency event coming up pretty soon. So actually, get the levels now. Save the points for when that proficiency thing comes up. So get some levels. When that proficiency event hits, turn them into printer filaments. Feed them into the void. Actually, yeah, good call though. Cold phrase. I totally forgot. Yeah. See, we did reach take 1. So we went from take -1 to take 0, not take 1. Yeah, let's go. Before we end this build showcase at like 2 at night, which we will. Let's be honest. I'm okay as well, actually, just letting it roll over into tomorrow if it has to. Yeah. And let's, of course, start that by talking about what tipping skills is and what it does. Here we have 4 pieces equipped with the backpack. That's also generally the layout that we'll be going for is with the backpack. Here on 2 pieces with tipping skills, we are getting magazine size plus 30% of it. And then on 3 pieces, we're getting plus 30% LMG damage. This is just specific weapon damage feeding into the same pool as that does. And then on the 4 pieces, of course, is where we get the main talent. That is the throttle control. That is the mechanic that tipping skills plays around. And that is that shooting builds stacks to a max of 50. The chest can increase that to 75. But also the way that these stacks work is very different than other things. So when I first read this, all the way back when it was basically announced with the PTS that it was going to be in with the patch notes then, I thought, building up to 50 stacks, so it's a faster stacking build and such. But no, actually, this is just shooting. This isn't hitting an enemy or critting on an enemy or, for instance, shooting a pulsed enemy or anything like that. This is just shooting. And that means that while we are shooting, we're just building up stacks. And the way that it works is that, and it is very unclear here, and I wish I would actually make it a little bit clearer by putting some text here. And that is that it builds up 5 stacks every second. So if you have shot within that second that is checking, you will get 5 stacks. It doesn't also matter what weapon you are shooting, and we'll be utilizing that actually at points during this build showcase. As long as we have shot something in that time, we will be getting 5 stacks. And that means that we can build up to this 50 in 10 seconds. And that is then its main mechanic. It takes a while to get stacked up. In shooting directly, for instance, at an enemy, Striker will be faster in stacking up. But this, of course, doesn't need an enemy. We can, for instance, be pre-firing at something. If we know that a boss is going to spawn or a raid boss is going to come out of a certain door or such at a certain time, we can actually pre-fire, be at full stacks or mostly fully stacked. And then when the enemy comes out, then they basically walk into us with mostly stacked or a fully stacked build. Now, of course, that is going to eat up a lot of ammo and such, but in a lot of places, that's perfectly fine. And then each of those stacks also will provide us with mainly 4% critical hit damage here for the 50. The backpack that we have on will take that to 7%. Here with the 4% at 50 stacks, that's of course 200 crit damage, making for quite a decent increase in crit damage. And then the backpack at even 350 for 7 times 50. We also get 0.5% weapon handling per stack, meaning that we're getting 25 weapon handling at full stacks here. The chest can of course take that to 75 stacks, and then what we get is 37.5. That weapon handling is pretty useful. Each point of weapon handling of course will feed into accuracy, stability, weapon swap speed, and then also reload speed. Especially that reload speed is quite handy, because when we are reloading, we're of course not shooting. And that's also how it loses its stacks, is that it lose 6 stacks per second while not shooting. So it loses its stacks pretty quickly. Because of course, we're gaining at 5 per second, but we're losing at 6 per second. So we are actually going to lose all of our stacks in a little bit over 8 seconds if we stop shooting from full stacks. And that is the mechanic of it. It can stack up pretty consistently even without the enemy there, but then it also loses its stacks effectively the second the fighting ends. Also, one of the mechanics, and we'll be using that as well throughout this build showcase, and you should be using that as well, is that no stacks are lost if an enemy is suppressed. When an enemy is suppressed, we can run around or reload without any downsides of it, and we'll be maintaining our stacks and only building up if anything. So we'll be using that mechanic continuously. Okay, so now we did it right. This time we're gonna cut there again. I'm kind of talking slow. We still had a few of courses for horses. Yeah, let me go back here for a second. Whoa. Again, then event tomorrow. Yeah, actually, that's also indeed not a bad time for some resourcing. So at the same time, something fun. Oh yeah, although they should still be doing like the surges and the overdrives. There's so many of them. They should be basically doing one every weekend, actually, with the amount we have. And the proficiency event. Is going to be a good one for a lot of people. In my case, that is, yeah, I'm good. Why did I go there? Although, well, I need to do the bell ringer, of course. Although actually, bell ringer is almost done. You know what I should do actually is I should feed some of this into here. Follow my own advice. This is usually how I just get some of those items done. Not that I need to. I'm already at 30, but just feed. Just so some of those items go away. Yeah, let me catch up here. And 8027. And then yep. That's said there indeed. That's when the proficiency event is. Looking would be perfect. No reloading. The thing is also less damage. Because yeah, we don't just because it doesn't reload doesn't mean that it's also perfect, because it's fine to reload sometimes because, well, for instance, we'll be using the suppression. License for the first thing. So the expertise is added. Yeah. And yeah, it's just, yeah, there's a lot of just feeding into it. Nowadays as well, it's going to become easier and easier as seasons go on. There'll be more and more items that are easily farmable. Because if you haven't yet, one of the things is also just, yeah, doing countdowns, doing retaliations, whatever isn't proficient yet. So if you have a bunch of like ARs or SMGs that aren't proficient, just, yeah, set it to that, donate whatever, deconstruct the rest, and yeah, feed that through through resources into the system. It takes a while still, but yeah, the proficiency events help out, and some of the other ones as well. Yeah, for instance, these 5 times XPs and such, just, yeah, build up the levels now, turn them into watch points, or turn it into from watch points later. This is where to do all 40, or to get the apparel items after a certain amount of presents. It's basically, it depends how much you're missing. So in my case, I wasn't missing any. One of the things you can do is just shoot the ones you already have. Basically, if you just fast travel between two and just keep, you know, you go to one, and even if it's open, you shoot it, it counts as one. So you can get the patch and the commendation even without doing them all. But there's also the maps is out there on Reddit and stuff. Like I did like yesterday actually on Main Account. I went around and got all of them specifically also to see where all of them were. And well, what, hour or so, maybe even less, maybe. It was an hour with like this, like sitting there talking to chat for like 15 minutes. Yeah. And yeah, it depends on how much legacy stuff you don't have, basically. So in my case, I was there for all of the other items, so I got nothing outside of the named items, which also, of course, has. Actually, that's also not too bad for proficiency. Just there are DZ items in that list, so you can get those to donate. And yes, yeah. Then it's worth going around and getting all of the spats. Yeah. Let's go back here and let's continue with the other pieces. Then let's move it on to the chest and the backpack that we can take, that we have as an option for tipping scales. Here with the chest, what we get is that it increases our stacks, our maximum stacks, from 50 to 75. This, of course, can be used in conjunction with the backpack, for instance, where we get 75 stacks and then also the times 7 on the backpack. Now, what that means is that we're increasing our damage there and also our weapon handling, but we need basically 5 more seconds to reach max stacks. And in my opinion, I just generally do not go for the chest. It is not going to be worth the loss up front that we have, that on the back end you'll get back very slowly. And I'm kind of explaining this badly. Let's take it from that. Yeah. Take 2. Now let's go to the chest and the backpack on tipping scales. Most of the time I will be using the backpack, but I'll be avoiding the chest. What the chest does is that it increases the maximum number of stacks from 50 to 75. So that can increase our bonuses, of course, especially with the backpack. We're now 75 stacks of 7 with the backpack, here 4 without the backpack. And that can, of course, increase our damage through that means. But what it also does is that it increases our max stacks, and that's our potential there. And for us to get to 75 stacks, now instead of firing continuously for 10 seconds or having fired within each second of 10 seconds, but continuously for 10 seconds in most cases, instead of that, we need to fire continuously for 15 seconds, 50% extra. And the thing is that while the chest can output more damage at max stacks, it is actually, to me, not the choice. It is similar to, for instance, the chest striker versus obliterate striker kind of debate, even though there shouldn't be really a debate there, for instance. Both options are viable in certain situations. I feel that the 15 seconds that the chest requires is really not doable, and also the gap between them is not as large as, for instance, we see with chest striker. We'll be definitely going into the numbers, and I've even prepared a chart to kind of show what I think, why I go with an obliterate chest more often than not. Then going to the backpack, here we have the snowball, increase the critical hit damage received per stacks from 4 to 7. So this takes this at max stacks from being a 200% critical damage to an 350 critical damage bonus. The backpack is well worth running. A Vigilance backpack can be competitive against it. It is not too far behind at max stacks, but of course, before we start stacking, it would be quite a bit ahead. But what especially this creates an opening for us with this backpack is similar to, for instance, why I take it in Concentrated Company, or even, for instance, in Striker, where we take this backpack especially because it's good enough and then opens opportunities to, for instance, go with an exotic. As I said, I don't generally use the chest, so what do I use instead? Of course, nowadays, Equalizer with Perfect Obliterate. Unit alloys with that rate of fire, that works out well enough here, even though actually the rate of fire would not be outright our choice for a stat, because of course, if we're firing faster, we're decreasing our firing time, meaning that we'll be hitting our reloads more often, as we quite often discussed with the unit alloys in-depth looks. But this Perfect Obliterate is kind of unbeatable when it comes to obliterates. Of course, we can go with different talents here as well, and we'll look at some of those as we go through. But for general use, yeah, the Equalizer has become my go-to, and this was also really the main reason why we kept, or why we delayed tipping skills into this season, just to have this item come in and see what the results of it were, and then also put it into this build so that we, didn't put this out with a Chuska chest that would be previously here. Then we'll be going with several exotics here. I have the Overdogs. Generally, as the general use exotic, Overdogs has become my go-to. The weakest link talent, we can go in depth into it, and I have, of course. I won't explain it outright here. I'll just explain that most of the time, this will be generally active above a 50%, and that means that this 30% at half uptime would be a 15%. That still beats basically anything else. And especially if we even pay a little bit attention to it, we can increase that uptime even more so. But then what I do when I have Overdogs in a build is try to keep a backup. Try to keep something else that I can go to for the places that Overdogs doesn't work out. Because I don't think about Overdogs in the fight. I generally, think about it before the fight. So is the content that we're going to do, is it going to work out with the Overdogs? Sometimes the answer is no. So for instance, if we think about some of the raid fights, if we think about some of the incursion fights, it doesn't actually work out. So the way that I have actually this loadout saved, if we go to the loadout slot it's in, you'll see that it's saved with 5 pieces of tipping skill. Now, of course, I would never run it this way, but a lot of my builds actually are saved in this way, as we see with the Striker as well. And this would be also my recommendation to you to make your save this way. This way, when I load it and it's set up as well with the stats in the right place, that I can either come in here and stick in that Overdogs, and then its stats are all correct, or I can come in here and stick in this Tinkerer. So that is my backup, especially here, is to go with the Tinkerer. Another option would also to be contractors and such. We'll look at several of those. And also, when I have the Tinkerer in, you can see that my weapons are actually set up in a way that they would work with Tinkerer already there as well. So that is generally a recommendation that I have for a lot of builds, but here with tipping skills, and generally as well, when you have Overdogs in there, it is very nice to have a fallback options for the places it doesn't work out so well. Yeah, so we're cutting there. Five minutes. So that's basically the whole build. Not perfectly happy with that. I kind of got caught up in some places, but that's just the reality of it. Let me catch up again. Hey, IKEA when? Well, it's always. Wait, do you think I'm real? I'm not real. I've been AI all along. Yeah. It's AI all the way down. So let me catch up here. What was I? Oh, the other one. It's full now. Well, the pop-up still happens when you are full, but yeah, it's so easy to fill up on them as No. Although, yeah, my fallback is especially Tinkerer. Because the contractors as well is just the Ranger can just outdo that by quite a bit and very consistently. But yeah, Tinkerer, of course, is not, I do include it in that way because Tinkerer isn't always available. Or well, it is always available, but not, not everybody has a Tinkerer on them. Because they're noobs. Because they're peasants. Yeah. Yes. So yeah. Masca went full Krampus. Yeah, let's take it to here actually, as we go to the build picture. And let's from there take it to the build picture, having explained the gear set and some of our choices. Let's look at the build picture and further go into it. So in here we can see, yeah, all of it is of course crit chances and crit damages. We're throwing all of it together to try to reach actually where we're hitting is a 62 crit chance. We're wasting 2, but because we're actually feeding so much into crit, this is actually the preferred option. The other option we would have is if we take 2 crit damage mods on the weapon, we could land 58, but that's actually objectively a worse choice, turns out. So we are, we're taking 2 crit chance mods on the weapon together with, basically, it doesn't per se matter where the crit chances and the crit damages go. Now, of course, on the overdogs and, for instance, on the Tinker as well, we would be locked into them. One thing you can do is if you lay it out in the same way that I have here with the crit chance, crit damage, for instance, here the mask having a crit chance, crit damage, and then I have a crit chance Tinkerer mask. And of course, this glove, the underneath it would be basically just with crit damage, meaning that if we stick in the Tinker, actually, no, I'm curious. Is this a crit chance? Yes, this is crit damage. Yeah, I was right. But let's explain that better. But also, let me catch up one more time. I need a wrap. Yeah. This is, oh yeah, but that was already with that season already in, so that season never had that issue, I think. But yeah, they did fix it up. If you weren't there for the season, the actives and stuff, it's still quite annoying because even in my case, like going back to some of the other old ones, it's just like, oh yeah, what was even the modifier here? You have to kind of like try to remember, and then also you have to equip your passives and actives every time separately because the second you exit the mission and re-enter it, it resets all of the choices, which is, but it's better than nothing. And in some seasons, yeah, for some of the seasons, it's really a big game changer. That season as well. Actually, for that season, taking tipping skills into that mission, that would be because the tipping skill came in this season after, but that extra crit chance was actually would have been super OP with this actually. Yeah, let's go again. And let's take it to the build picture. This build picture, of course, will be linked down below. It is, oh yeah, what am I doing? That's not how we intro build pictures. That's how we intro build pictures, more so for build overviews. Should I get the DLC and for the boost, or should I play through the base game first? If you're kind of enjoying your time, I would say just play through the base game first. You don't per se need any of the DLCs, even at endgame, to really do everything. So the general recommendation is always just, hey, play through it. It doesn't take too long to get to max level. You'll likely also, kind of slowly build up skills. And also going in through it that way, it slowly unlocks stuff. When you boost to 40, it unlocks everything all at once, which isn't too hard to figure out, but it's still, when you're going through the base game, it'll like, you know, at this level give you bounties, and then at this level crafting, at this level optimization and stuff like that. So makes it a little bit more, you know, you can just digest it one at a time. And yeah, you can always buy the DLCs later, and they're not per se even required, really, unless you want to. You would want to get them if you're like really going to stay with the game, but you can get to 40 and just play around with that and then decide then. Unless they're like super cheap and you're already like, I really like the game. That was my case, but although, well, I bought the game before that even, but yeah, let's actually intro it the way we do it for build choices. Yes, it's this one. Let's highlight that one. And from there, let's move it to the build picture, which is, of course, in the build collection. I'll, of course, link to the build collection if you're not familiar with it. I have a lot of builds in there, together with some recommended build lists and even recommended weapons and talents. And in there is this build picture 1.11 TS tipping skills Upply LMG. And this will be the build picture that we'll be discussing today, as it's the layout that we're going with on this character. If we zoom it in a little bit, yeah, we see the layout as we saw it in-game. And here we see also that the minor attributes and the mod slots are all going towards crit chances and crit damages, mostly crit chances. Because here as well, even on the LMG, we aren't taking the regular thing we would take with LMGs, which is crit chance as the third stat. And that's mostly due to how tipping skills works, where it feeds a lot into crit damage. We want to basically take crit chances as much as possible on the gear. But here we are still taking some crit chance mods with it. And actually, we're even doing something that with a lot of other builds would be generally seen as foolish, but here it works out. We're taking with that 2 crit chance mods on the weapon and the crit chances that we have all around here. We're landing actually on 62 crit chance. Now, of course, crit chance will cap at 60. Anything over it will be wasted. But that still works out in our favor, as our other option that we have is to take 2 crit damage mods on the weapon, take 1 crit chance mod, or add 2 crit chance, 1 crit chance mod on the gear. Wait, goddamn. Am I blanking this much in this? We had 2 crit chance mods on the... No, because that would be 60, that would be like 64. So 1 crit chance, yeah, 1 crit chance on the thingy. And yeah, indeed, the kindness of human there. Well, human veil. And yeah, I'm sure they're still around. And a Merry Christmas there as well. Fat Panda Baby. I like the name. Yeah, just get through the game and see if you feel that you're like, hey, I want more. And as well, they go on sale often, so yeah, buy them on sale. Although, well, Brooklyn hasn't been on sale much yet, but Brooklyn is pretty cheap. Woney goes on sale pretty often. But they're also, yeah, the way that the game is nowadays set up is you only basically get access to the maps and such, but there's not too much locked behind there. You would want to buy it later on if you really enjoy the game and just want to go exploring and doing those campaigns. And thank you so much as well, Nekamaya. I like that name as well, actually. Works well. And for those coming in, actually, if you're not familiar, I'm recording for YouTube. That's also why chat and stuff isn't on screen. But yeah, we're recording a build showcase. We're going to go through the build, and then we're going to go over some of the numbers, take in some gameplay. All of this will get stitched together as a separate video on its own on YouTube. And so, yeah, let's go here. So yeah, 1 crit chance. Also, I could have just skipped that and just hit the marks as. And yeah, we start here, and we start here. And let's take it to its build picture. And of course, for that, we take it to the build collection. If you're not familiar with the build collection, it'll be linked down below, as well as it is a build collection of all my builds, and with a lot of build pictures in there, and also a recommended build list and even a recommended weapons and talents list. Of there, we're taking this build picture 1.11, as we'll pull that one up and zoom it in a little bit. And this is the build as it was on that character with overdogs as well. Here we see also the layout with the stats alongside of it. We are taking crit chances and crit damages. We're mostly trying to stack up on the crit chances on the gear and such. Because of the gear set, we're getting a ton of crit damage. We're making some choices that are not common when it comes to, for instance, here, the LMG. The LMG here, we're taking rate of fire, or DTA, or DTH, damage to armor, or damage to health, as our third stats. Normally, the recommended stat would be crit chance, and that would be the go-to for most LMGs on most other builds. Because we're feeding a lot into crit damage with the gear set, that doesn't actually work out. Here as well, we're making a different choice that generally would also be avoided, which is that with the layout that we have here and the 2 crit chance mods on this weapon, which only can take 2 crit chance mod, as this is the classic M60 with only 2 places for crit mods, and then of course its magazines, its magazine slot. We're landing actually crit-wise on 62 crit chance, which is of course wasting 2, as crit caps at 60, so anything above that will be wasted effectively. But because we're pushing crit damage super high, it is actually our best option to do so. We are hitting that 62, capping at 60. Our other option would be to take 2 crit damage mods on the weapon, taking 1 more crit chance on the gear itself, which we do have a space for. We would land on 58, but actually we would lose quite a bit on our damage because we're pushing crit damage all the way up into the 400s. And because we're doing that, we want to actually be at crit cap. And it behooves us to waste a little bit of our stats to get that. Because yeah, we can either land 58 or with a 2 crit mod weapon, we can either land 58 or 62 effectively. And that's mostly due to swapping the mods on it. Here then, one recommendation I would do is if you have it just like me with the layout here with the crit chances and such, if we take a glove with crit damage, if we have the layout of the mask here with the crit chance and crit damage, we can either stick in the overdogs as we have here, but also, yeah, if we have a glove with crit damage, as we had it saved, as I showed with the 5 pieces, we can then take a Tinkerer. If that has a crit chance mod on it, it will land on the same crit chances and crit damages. And that can be handy to have it set up that way so we can swap between exotics quite easily. Furthermore, layout-wise, yeah, we're just hitting that 60-93 as we have it here, or well, 62 actually, but then of course capped. Weapons-wise, there is the recommendation to go with the classic M60. It is also craftable, so you can craft for one. And then third stat-wise, here we have rate of fire. Now that we have equalizer in here, which also feeds into rate of fire, it is basically a 3-way tie between rate of fire, damage to armor, and damage to health. So any of those can be picks. In the past, the top pick would be rate of fire, and also that top pick will still be that way if we're going, for instance, with a sacrifice or a pristine example. But as we'll see later on, I wouldn't actually pick per se to go glass on this build, because it is one of the builds where we least gain from that, especially from the sacrifice, as we'll see from the numbers in a little bit. And then, of course, yeah, we can play around with exotics. I brought up the Tinkerer, of course, but and the Contractor's Gloves. Both of those can be slot in pieces for here. But we shouldn't also forget that, for instance, Centurion is a really good pick for LMGs, and here fits in pretty well. And we can even make use of its ammo side to, for instance, when we know it's a longer fight, to lean into that, of course, and just have even a bigger mag size out of some of these weapons. As we see here as well, the mag size of the gear set itself, having Gunner for the plus 50 rounds pouch that we have on these LMGs, we're landing actually already on 195 rounds, which is quite a lot more than 150, of course. Then as well, things like the Nimble Holster and the Exodus Glove can be pretty good survival tools. The Nimble Holster can, of course, heal us a little bit if we do some cover-to-covering, and we can do so, for instance, as well, if we suppress an enemy. it locks our stacks effectively. We don't lose stacks in that time. We could do a cover to cover in that time, get some of our health and armor back, and of course in the meantime get maybe closer to the enemy and then start shooting again. Exodus, of course, with its smoke bomb can, for instance, save your life quite easily. Bloody Knuckles is also an option, but then yeah, we would need to. This isn't per se a close-up build, so it would be mostly down to the grenading. Now, of course, we can also go with many other choices. If we went that route, we could also go, for instance, with Overdogs, having it here, and then instead going with the chest. If we are going with the chest, if we have places where we think that might work out, then yeah, I would likely go as well, actually still with a unit piece in other places, because Cheska, Grupo, and such are very much diminished. But even, for instance, Petrov, because we have 30 on the gear set, 30 specific weapon damage there, especially if you have high grading, then actually even Petrov is heavily diminished. Where the rate of fire, of course, is not interacting with anything else, and actually unit then becomes still the choice, even if we want to go with the chest. Let's start moving it over to the numbers, where we'll look actually first as why we don't go with the chest. At least I don't. Yeah, let's wait, let's make sure. So this is into this. So this is nothing, right? Yeah, this is nothing. This is nothing. That's nothing. So that's the build picture. We then doesn't really discuss the skills and the specialization, but also meh. well, in gameplay, I mean, I'm gonna use a smart cover, definitely, as well. And we'll discuss it then. Yeah, let me actually catch up here for a second. Okay, now, for us coming in, yeah, we're recording. Gila, when you're using JS over Lungopesty or Striker Tinker, there are different builds for different times, is kind of the thing. The Lungopesty is, especially to me, kind of more of a solo build, because the stacks there, you know, you can actually rely on them a little bit better. A Striker would, in a lot of cases, could outdo this, especially if it's getting the hits. But this can then actually stack up without getting even hits. So I would say actually, so between Striker and this, it really depends. Like they have just a little bit different playstyle, but both hit. Because actually as we're going to go see now, an Unstriker is actually, yeah, kind of tipping skills and Striker are kind of head-to-head almost at with Obliterate. Just Striker, of course, is its own beast and way ahead. But an Obliterate tipping skills versus an Obliterate Striker is actually pretty close at max stacks. But yeah, the tipping skills takes a little bit longer to get there. And it loses its stacks also so much faster. So, but it is a competent red build. So. And then, yeah, this has places where it can pre-fire and be ahead of the Striker before the enemy spawns. But yeah, so there's stuff like that. Yeah, so wait, we go here first. Yeah. Let's give the calculation intro. Why am I slamming that button? It's a little softer, so I don't even have to cut it out. And for that, we'll come over here to this multi-calculator. This will be linked down below, of course, as well. where we have several multi-calculators and then also here a chart in the middle of them. We'll be going through first looking at tipping skills with and without the chest, and actually damage-wise what that means. And we'll even be putting it up against strikers, of course, as just kind of our measuring stick, an obliterate striker and a chest striker actually, to see where tipping skills can land. Then actually we'll be going into wait, let's not actually keep that actually in there actually, because I'm saying actually like every other word actually. Yeah, let's get that out of my system. I quite often have that where I have like a word and I just use that, like it becomes the word that I just put in between every sentence as I'm kind of like thinking yeah. Like that one. Yeah. Also, it's a trio of. And for those calculations, we'll go to this spreadsheet that I've prepared. This will be linked down below as well, of course, with 3 multi-calculators here filled in as we'll go through them. And then also this one chart. Now, here we'll be first looking at tipping skills with and without the chest, and then also looking at it versus a striker, an obliterate striker, and also a chest striker to kind of see where it lands, as our measuring stick will be against that, of course. We'll be looking as well at actually what the stacking times will be for each build and what DPS level they will be on when we are looking between tipping skills with and without the chest, which I feel is the crux to kind of understand why overall I would definitely go without the chest and have a high-end piece there instead. And also why I believe that there's really no, unlike strikers, there's really no great situation to have the chest in there. Then we'll be looking at some of the weapons, especially looking at some of the better high ends, and then also a lot of the exotics, as a lot of the exotics actually do fit in well here, mostly because also our talent picks for high ends is a little bit more limited, as we are feeding a lot into crit damage already, and because of that, killer, one of our main go-to talents, is actually basically meaningless here. We generally wouldn't pick it actually for these builds. Because of that, a lot of the exotics actually do make some sense. And then going to the exotics on the other end, which is going and looking at what the choices on the gear end mean for us and how much we can extract out of each of those pieces. I should explain that, yeah, these are multi-calculators of my design. There is actually empty ones that you can find as well through the links down below as well. And you can fill them in. There's a video on my channel explaining how to do so. Mostly input happens down here, which is of the build, and then also the weapon stats go in here. And it allows us to compare up to 10 rows of builds, which we have filled in. What it spits out especially is a damage per mag, a burst DPS, and a sustained DPS, which we can use especially with these percentages alongside of them to compare them on percentages against each other. It also spits out some checking numbers and the build's multiplier. And the way I have it set up here as well, we'll be looking at some of the talents and such as well. Most of these will be set to 20% headshot rate, 90% damage to targets out of cover rate, and 60% DTA rate, damage to armor rate. I am taking those metrics as just a general use case, because of course, if we're headshotting more, for instance, things like the sacrifice will overall gain more because they're feeding into that pool, of course. So I feel these are reasonable numbers to go by. So yeah, let's go get looking at this first one. Okay. 3 minutes is pretty long for an intro, but it's fine. We did a lot of explaining. Okay, so let me first actually look at this myself. So we're going to go through this. This is the sacrifice. This is unit. This is salvo. This is Cheska. That's striker. These are for the tinkerer. No, this is for the striker. Oh, this is for the striker. And then this is just striker. And the rest is pretty straightforward. Yes. Okay. Yeah. And with this first one, we're starting with a very dense one, actually, but it isn't as dense as it would seem. We have here TS tipping scales. That'll be our shortening of it. The equalizer plus overdogs combo here. And then with all of these, we'll have 0 stacks and 50 stacks, with the exception of actually the sacrifice one here. We'll have it at 0 stacks and 50 stacks because we have to kind of look at it. What is it at empty? What is it at full? Because of course, we won't be always at full stacks. Then these ones where we have the C next to it, TSC, those are all with the chest in there. So we're taking the chest, and then what other choices can we make alongside of it? What piece should we put alongside? And then lastly, SB Striker's Battle Gear. And here we'll be looking at it. But actually, it is set up as with the equalizer, but then we have the toggle as well to look at the chest striker later on. If we just look at the burst DPS of the fully stacked tipping skills as we have it here with the equalizer and the overdogs, and then look at a striker with equalizer and overdog. So basically we're effectively just swapping out the 4 pieces of the gear set. Numbers wise, it does actually make sense because before a weapon talent, and that is important, we'll bring those in later on. Without a weapon talent, actually, tipping skills at full stacks is actually ahead of striker at full stacks. And that should be surprising to some, as yeah, we do have actually sets that can somewhat keep up with striker nowadays. As actually Concentrated Company that came in this season as well, as we'll look into it in the future, does actually have similar traits as well. But tipping skills at full stacks can be very competitive. Now, first of all, let's look at the tipping skills at full and at 0 stacks. We see that we're basically close to tripling our output when we are at full stacks than when we are empty. Of course, it takes 10 seconds to go from that empty to that full, where, for instance, with Striker, for instance, a weapon that is 900 RPM, although actually even Striker would add to that with 15% rate of fire, of course, and even with the equalizer on top, 20% rate of fire. But let's say we have a 900 RPM weapon on it there. That would be 15 stacks per second or 15 rounds per second. That could be turned into 15 stacks per second, meaning that this striker can stack up actually quite a bit faster than that 10 seconds, of course, because our shit. How have I not calculated this? You know what? Let's do that here. My brain is like going, wait, what is 100 divided by 15? That's trying to kind of like do it live. It's 7. It's just under 7 seconds, but I couldn't find the right number. It's 7 or 6, 8 something, I think. But let's just do this. Is 1200 divided by 60. 100 divided by, I want this to happen first, just in case it shouldn't matter, yeah. Should have just made this. I remember thinking I should just make this, but then I didn't. Let's make that now. I'm just gonna start it anew. I could try to find a place to cut in, but we were just getting started anyway. Yeah, it was 130 or 239. So let's just do it anew. Oh yeah. Wait. And on this first multi-calculator, it is pretty dense as we have all 10 rows filled in, but for good reason as well, as we'll be looking at several ways of setting up tipping scales and comparing them. So here TS stands for tipping scales. That'll be our indicator for it going forward here. Equal for equalizer, over D for overdogs, of course. And then also we're looking at it at full and empty stacks for most of these. So with most of these, we have it at 50 stacks on the top and then at 0 stacks underneath, except for the sacrifice version where we just have it at 50 stacks, as it was a late addition actually. We also have these TS space C's. The C is for chest. So these are chest versions. And actually, while I wouldn't recommend the chest, I did want to know what the better version for it would be. And we do have an answer there in the salvo, and that'll be actually the one we'll be using for comparison, but I wanted to keep this in just for that if you do want to use the chest. Then we also have SB, Striker's Battle Gear, together with Equalizer and Overdogs, and then also, of course, that at 100 stacks. We also have a toggle later on where we can change it to Chest Striker if we need to. First off, let's actually start there because we want to establish what the power level of this thing is. Is it over 9,000 or isn't it? Vegeta, what is its power level? Well, at full stacks, at 50 stacks here versus 100 stacks Obliterate Striker, and basically what we have is the Equalizer plus the Overdogs, of course, and then the other 4 pieces just swapping between the 2 gear sets. Before a weapon talent, very importantly, before a weapon talent comes in, Striker actually loses out to tipping skills at full stacks, with being both of them being with Obliterate. Now, of course, Striker still has the option of going Chest Striker and just going Super Saiyan that way, but all of those Dragon Ball Z gestures aside, it is actually seems pretty effective, of course, and it is. The difference, though, does come actually from how they stack. Now, to get to these, to the full stacks, to the 100% point that we have here for the Equalizer, as we established, we have to fire for 10 seconds. We don't have really any way to speed that up. We have to have had 10 seconds to get there. In the case of the Striker, if we take the Equalizer as well, and here with the Lexington as the base weapon, we have 12 with the Equalizer and the 15% from Strikers. We're at 12, or we're at 1020 RPM on the Lexington. That is around 17 rounds per second ish, or maybe even exactly. To get to 100 stacks with perfect accuracy, if we're just shooting at something and we're hitting every round, we will get there, although there will be a reload in the middle of it. But if we were just firing just the fires per rounds fired basically, and just continuously firing in 5 seconds, we would need 1 reload to get there most likely, at the very least. But that would add basically this 1.9 second on top, meaning that we can stack actually much faster on the Striker, so we can reach this point much quicker. Here, though, actually, we'll introduce already, just as a comparison piece, we have the option to put talents on this. The left column here is for all of the tipping skills, and the right column is for the Striker, because we can actually make different choices between them. Killer, as we discussed, because it adds so much to crit damage. As we see, our crit damage numbers are going into the 400s, 443 here, for instance. When we add 70 to that, that isn't going to be as impactful as adding 70 to 111 as we have here for the Striker. If we take Killer for both of these, we see now that actually the Striker has gone... wait, what? Shit. Why is this broken? I remember testing this. What? How did this happen? I specifically remember testing this, but I guess I tested it for the measure and not for the killer. I was gonna say, that doesn't seem right. Yeah. That's fine, though. That was kind of messy. So I'm okay with that. Take 3. Final take. In my defense, something was broken there, but I broke it, so it's a part of it. And it's a leak. Still my fault, but just not present me. It was past me. It was that asshole. Oh yeah, let's get going. We didn't, yeah, no, there would be no good place to cut that with it. No. And let's start with this first one, which is pretty dense as it looks here, as we've filled up all 10 rows. But it's actually pretty simple in layout. We have some of the tipping skills here, the TS standing for tipping skills. That'll be what we'll be calling it in this calculation sheets going forward. Equal for equalizer, over D for overdags. And then what we have is for most of these at 50 stacks, which is the full stacks of it. I see another mistake. How did this also not get caught? What does the chest do again? Oh yeah. I mean, we've included it with 75 here. Like this is 75. So it's in here, it's correct, but yeah, here it's 75 stacks. So good thing we're, yeah. And let's move it to this first multi-calculator where we have all the rows filled in, all 10 rows, but it is in the end pretty simple. As we're looking here at TS tipping skills as a shortening of it, equal for equalizer, over D for overdags, and then at different stacks. So here we have it at 50 stacks and at 0 stacks. Of course, we want to know as well, what do we start at and what the difference is between that. Now here we have also for the sacrifice, that one a late edition, so we just have the full stacks. Then here with the TS space C, the C is for the chest, and we see that here as well with the 75 stacks that the chest would have, and of course that feeding into its calculations like that. The reason we have several chest versions here is that I wanted to see actually if we do want to go to chest, overall though, again, I wouldn't per se pick the chest side of things, but if we wanted to, what would be the better choice? Overall, the salvo is the answer to that, but we'll come to that again in a second as well. Then we also have SP, also with equalizer and overdags, and SP, of course, Striker's battle gear, and that at 100 stacks. And especially we want to kind of see, of course, as our comparison point, we want to know what the power level of this is. Is it over 9,000? And can Vegeta answer us that? Well, in this case, actually, yeah, their power level is over 9,000. Well, except it's over, well, if this is the 100% point, the Striker actually loses out, as we see here, at 100 stacks. Now, of course, Striker still has the option of going Chest Striker and going, you know, Super Saiyan. And we'll be looking at that in a little bit, because Chest Striker, of course, has values all of its own, and that's the one that is hard to catch up with. Nowadays, tipping skills and actually concentrated company, which will be in-depth looking in the future as well, both can catch up to an obliterate Striker. Because in this case, with the equalizer and overdogs there, we're basically keeping those two pieces there, overlaying either Striker onto the other 4 pieces or tipping scales. But this is very importantly before a damage talent, because we're feeding a lot already into that crit damage. One of the best weapon talents that we have in Killer does not work out as well. Here we have 2 columns, one for the tipping skills to have their talents, and then here for the Striker as well to have its talents. Both of them just the talents as listed here. And that's mostly because on the Striker, we can actually go Killer, because there we're just at 111 crit damage. Adding 70 to that will still give us really good returns, and actually nowadays with the equalizer instead of the Cheska there, that even gives us actually a little bit better returns. But when we're feeding a lot into the crit, Killer is actually pretty small, and will not per se lose out to measured, but is not per se worth it over measured, because Killer still always has an activation rate. You need to get a kill, and then there's an activation rate. The activation rate here would be basically super high, because our crit is so much larger than our non-crit, and that is very important for how often you will trigger Killer. We would trigger Killer quite a lot, but we don't gain as much out of it. If we take Killer on both of those builds, Striker versus Equalizer, so basically we're feeding the weapon talent into it now as well, then the Striker pulls ahead. And that is actually the point where, of course, we kind of need to look at it, because unless we're both running Preservation or Fast Stance on that end, taking a damage talent, the option for the Striker to still take Killer for it makes it so that it is still actually, even for the Obliterate, a little bit ahead. Now, of course, in this case, actually, measured would be about the better choice overall, and mostly as we see here as well, it actually lands around the same number. One other factor that matters here, as we'll take those weapon talents away for a second, is that actually the firing time of the weapon here, of course, and the amount of stacks that we can get from that Here at 12 or at 1020 RPM that we have with the Lexington, with the equalizer giving us its rate of fire and then Striker giving its rate of fire, we're actually firing around 17 rounds per second. If we're firing continuously, so in this case, actually, we don't, of course, have that option. We don't have enough rounds to get to 100 stacks without a reload. But let's say here, instead of the Lexington that this is, if we were going, for instance, with the Mark 46 or M249, those would have the same RPM, of course. They would have the option of 150 round mag. In 5.88 seconds there, Striker could be at full stacks in perfect conditions, of course. Landing all of its hits, it could reach that. Now, with the Lexington, it would need 2 reloads to get there effectively, of course, because it'll lose some stacks along the way as well. Excluding that, though, Striker can get to 100 stacks with just an AR quite quickly. And then, of course, it can ACS stack. We don't really have that option with tipping skills. With tipping skills, we have to fire 10 seconds. We don't have any way of shortening that. There's no way shortcuts around it in the way that, for instance, with Striker or Heartbreaker, we can go with an ACS to get more stacks more quickly. There is no way around those 10 seconds. Now, of course, for those 10 seconds, we don't need an enemy there. That's the benefit of it. But that's the thing here, and that's why I actually quite like the way that they've set up this style of build, where, for instance, Heartbreaker and Striker are very similar in the way that they play out, just because of their stacking mechanic being the same. Here, there are some places where tipping skill will be preferential, and some places where Striker will be ahead. Now, looking at it as well, here, just the tipping skill versus, with the equalizer versus the sacrifice. With the sacrifice force perfect glass, when we're bringing that in, we are actually not gaining that much anymore here. One of the reasons is because normally, even at the 20% headshot rate that we're discussing all of these at, we are still gaining a little bit from that, from the sacrifices, a Providence brand bonus of 13% headshot damage. Here, the headshot damage is, of course, additive to the pool of crit and headshot. Because of that, the headshot is also actually heavily diminished, meaning that that sacrifice actually at full stacks is not that far ahead. It is ahead, but not by much, mostly because that rate of fire actually with equalizer is a big boon here to tipping skills. Even though it makes us fire for shorter, it is a different multiplier that wasn't in tipping skills yet. We do have it on the weapon, so we had 5 there. We're adding now another 5. But it is beneficial to go that route instead of, for instance, the weapon damage that also already is pretty full in it, or the crit chance. And that makes it that the equalizer actually works out really well, especially because of its brand bonus in there. So that sacrifice isn't that far ahead, but then, of course, sacrifice from the first shot would be active. It wouldn't need several, well, in this case, basically around 50 shots to get to max stacks that we would need for equalizer to be at that 24, of course. We can also see here that at empty stacks, we're basically a third of our damage when we are empty, and then when we fill up, we're basically tripling our damage close to. That is important to know. It is as with most stacking builds, it is pretty weak when it's starting out, and then, yeah, once you get going, then is when it gets going. So it is beneficial for us to try to keep our stacks up if we can, and build up those stacks consistently. Then versus the chest, and then actually we'll mostly look at the salvo one, because we do have a unit one here, so just taking one piece of unit, just for its brand bonus with crit chance and crit damage. Then taking a salvo instead, of course, there we get a rate of fire, and then we basically have to give up one of the minor attributes. And then, of course, the old standby of Cheska. In the case of Cheska, it should be obvious that that one's likely going to lose out, and it does here with the metrics that we have here, because it's feeding into that crit chance, crit damage, and so is the gear set. We see actually that at 0 stacks, that Cheska is ahead versus the salvo that we have here. So at 0 stacks, that Cheska is better, but of course we're feeding into those crit damage stacks, and yeah, once that gets going, it very much will lean towards the salvo. That's also why the salvo would be the pick. But then with the chest, of course, we're stacking for 15 seconds now. And that's the big difference. This build will have this damage at 10 seconds. This chest variant of the tipping scales with the salvo and overdogs will be at the 105%. Well, close to almost 6% over, but at 15 seconds. So it takes much longer to get to that point. And we don't have a way of speeding that up the way we do with some of the other stacking builds that rely on hit. Here as well, the go-to talent actually for me mostly will be measured as just a general tool. Measured will not be heavily diminished the way that killer is. Now, of course, streamlined definitely also has something going for it where it's feeding into weapon damage, but also the gear set is feeding into weapon damage quite heavily here. The thing is especially that if we're taking Streamline, one of the other tools that we have is instead of taking that Streamline, I would much rather have Measured, because yeah, Streamline will be ahead of Measured by about 4-5%-ish. But it removes our ability to, for instance, yeah, have that Revive Hive or at least use it consistently. But also Smart Cover exists, and even a 0-tier Smart Cover will make up for that difference between them. And I'd much rather have that situationally. It wouldn't be as much uptime as Streamline, but it's definitely one of the picks there. That's why generally Measured and Ranger are actually my go-to talents for this build. Ranger especially as well, the LMGs do have a little bit more optimal range. For instance, in the case of the classic M60, that is 40 meters, and even the M249 series is 35 meters. So they are a little bit either on the long end of the ARs and even further beyond that for instance, the classic M60, which is my go-to weapon. If we take here, yeah, when we bring in Measured, of course, all of these go up by similar amounts. There's a little bit of a gap that shows up with the Cheska because actually it feeds, Measured does prefer a little bit lower rate of fire because it feeds into that, of course. But with an averaged out Measured, and then of course, if we, for instance, on Striker as well, take Measured, and actually Striker is behind. So with the same talent, they would actually, the Striker would be behind that Obliterate version tipping scales. But of course, Striker has the option of going Killer there. But definitely going into the 16 millions as a burst DPS with the metrics that we have at 20% headshot rate at, well, there's actually no, there is no A here, but yeah, except for the AR there, having a DTH. And with, yeah, with 90% detox rate, that is actually a pretty reasonable number to hit there. One thing of note as well is, yeah, we do have Chest Striker here available. Let's toggle that on. And yeah, Chest Striker has values all to of its own, because especially there as well, if we then also don't take Measured there, but take Killer instead on the Chest Striker, Chest Striker pulls ahead of everything. And that's the unbalanced one, actually. Chest Striker is in a league of its own. It can't really be caught up by most things. Some builds, of course, can exceed it in clear times like Hotshot and like Headhunter builds and such. But yeah, it is, from a DPS perspective, in a league of its own. But definitely the tipping skills, just here with Equalizer and Overdogs, working pretty well. That was a lot of talking. How long was that? 12 minutes. But yeah, that's also the big one. That was a lot. That was a lot. But yeah, we did hit all the points, which I'm happy about. Yeah. Didn't leave anything out, right? No. Yes. We'll go into this now, and then also, yeah, let me catch up here. Yeah, for those coming in, I'm recording for a video. That's why I'm kind of focused on that. I'll catch up on chat and stuff in between. And indeed, welcome. And yeah, indeed, we're spreading some shit. We're spreadsheeting. Then we get the Cocoa blueprints. They're in the journey. You can get them from the journey thing. So if you claim, it's for these ones. It's in this, and then when you claim these. So yeah, when you claim journey mission 6 or 4, 5, and 6. So yeah, the thing is though that with the modifier, with the passives being as useless as they kind of are, you could keep these for at the end of the season and claim them then just for the season XP. But yeah, if you claim 4, 5, and 6, that's where you get the Cocoa blueprints, because then you complete this and you get these. It's the ones also with so 4, 5, and 6. That down. It's the ones with the journey build caches as well. But you could also forego it because you can just farm it. You can just farm it as well. It is in the targeted loot. Also, you know, just in case you missed that part, because yeah, they are in target loot. This menu seems a little broken, but you can just you know WSD it. It's basically if you go to the last row and go down one, it's technically there, but it's down there. But you can just go to the bottom and just go down one, to get to concentrated company on targeted lists. Because I know a lot of people have been missing that one out as well. But it's easy enough to get the pieces just by target loot. You don't per se need the blueprint. I want to get the happy holiday in the gap there. There we go, like that. Although actually we're not even using this one. Okay, so let's go to this, and then we take it into some gameplay. And after that big block out of the way, let's actually quickly discuss one thing before we take it into some gameplay here. As here we have a little chart that I've put together here. And this is the DPSs of the builds at certain times. So we're going in 5-second intervals. They are based on these numbers. And the way that I've gotten these numbers is just basically setting them in upstairs in that spreadsheet, effectively setting them at what they would be at those moments on, for instance, the obliterate, and then, for instance, on their crits, and taking the DPS, the burst DPS number out of there. Placing them here at the 2.5, at the 5, the 7.5, the 10 seconds, and so forth. So, of course, with the tipping scale, so here we have just the equalizer is for the green one, and the red is the sacrifice. And that is then just their burst DPS at, not the burst DPS that they have done, but what their burst DPS would be at those times. So it isn't cumulative, it is just an indicator at that timetable. So here at 10 seconds, of course, both of those, if we're running the equalizer or the sacrifice, we're not running the chest. Because of that, at 10 seconds, that equalizes and becomes flat here. And then we have this blue one, which is a chest variant of this. That, of course, will start lower because it doesn't have that obliterate or glass that fills up. Well, in the case of obliterate, fills up pretty quickly, or with glass is always on. And then it fills up all the way to 15 seconds, and then it levels out. If we look at it here, that a red, of course, of the glass variant that we have here, that is, of course, the highest starting out. The obliterate actually catches up pretty quickly on the DPS end. Now, of course, if we're looking at it from a cumulative sense, for that first few seconds, this glass version is doing quite a bit more damage, basically more than 1 million DPS per second more at that starting point. So it would need, because also the obliterate basically never goes over it, that means that sacrifice will be effectively ahead if we're looking at it from the perspective of continuously shooting with it. The thing is, though, that the difference here especially is minimal, much smaller than it would be, for instance, for Striker or any other gear set effectively. Because of that, this isn't, to me, a place to really run glass. In the future, actually, we'll do I want to do a re-look actually at Strikers, especially, and its talents, like we did quite a while ago, as there's been a lot of discussion around, especially vigilance in the background for it, of course, as well. The gap between these two is actually much larger, mostly because we still gain quite a decent amount from the sacrifice's 13% brand bonus. Here, of course, that is basically completely lost because the crit damage side of things is going very high, and then, yeah, that headshot and that crit damage is additive to each other. But then especially of note here is how much lower the chest variant here is, because it starts much lower. So for those seconds that it's starting up, it is doing quite a bit less damage. So for instance, at the 5-second point, it is actually doing more than 1 million less per second that it is firing. Now, of course, for the places that we can pre-fire it for 15 seconds, that could work out. But even when we are at full stacks, we can see that, of course, the 10-second variance here with the obliterate and the glass kind of plateau at that 10-second mark. Of course, that is their DPS output per second at those points. But the chest variant actually doesn't gain too much over them. And that's mostly because, of course, when we're going with the chest variant, giving up or basically trading obliterate or glass for that talent, it isn't actually that much more than a chest talent would be. Meaning that it would need to either be, for instance, pre-fired for, well, at the very least, for instance, in this case, 14-ish seconds before it can overtake it, if that's the point where we're starting the fight. In most cases, though, that chest variant will just not recoup this really. It would eventually, because it is ahead by a little margin. We can see here that it's a 14.7, for instance, for that obliterate, and it's a 15.6. So it is catching up by 1 million per second, but in these parts, it has lost millions as well, of course. While it is stacking up, it is going to be continuously behind, and it doesn't really catch up until around the 14-second mark. That is mainly the reason that I just don't use the chest variant, and the differences aren't worth it here. It also doesn't per se open up any options for us. The backpack is definitely good. We aren't even considering a vigilance one here. We looked at it in the in-depth look one. The vigilance one can be ahead by a tiny amount, but it's much more worthwhile to forego the chest, go with the backpack, and then bring in any of the exotics. As for instance, even a coyote will actually be much, much more than going, for instance, with the chest and the backpack here as a difference. But yeah, let's now take it actually a little bit into gameplay and see it in action. I kind of lost it at the end, but that's fine. But then, yeah. And yeah, the new style we're kind of doing. The build showcase is going to be like that as well, where we're doing, we'll do calculations, gameplay, instead of doing all the calculations in one go. And partially as well, we'll kind of preface it because, for instance, in this one, I'm going to just, use the build, kind of talk about it, show its outputs and stuff. And then in the second one, we're going to go with different weapons because that's the follow-up to the thingy there. And yeah, let me catch up here real quick. All right. Talked about the Cocoa wins, yeah. I need the favorites. Indeed. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. And yeah, welcome in. As over here, we're recording for the tipping skills thing. I was planning on just random matchmaking. Unless I want to do something else. But I think I'm just going to random matchmake. And actually, later on... Wait, do I have this? Hyena agitation, okay. Yeah, later on, I don't know if people are interested in joining me for either a retaliation or such. But that'll be later on. Let's make sure we have this off. Yeah. Modifier. Let's also go overdogs variants. But that's a little bit later on. I'm not sure I want to matchmake or I want to do it solo actually. I realize now. Yeah, let's just matchmake. Okay, champion. That's it. No, that'll be in a little bit though, Melon. Mostly also I want to see if we can have one that's like two. Like a two. Like a two. What am I even saying? Two control point zone. But maybe for that, yeah, we'll make a coordinated team, right? Because mostly as well we can't really. But yeah, we'll do the old school thing with build showcases of just random matchmaking.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive.
Oh, actually, wait. No. So first we need to intro it. Let's actually go and intro it. Apparently, I've forgotten how I do build showcases. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot it's snowy here, of course. And we'll start with the gameplay taking, or well, let's not do it like that. And of course, for that, we'll take just the basic version that we kind of introduced with the overdogs and the equalizer. Here as well, I didn't really touch on it, but from a specialization standpoint, yeah, we're definitely taking Gunner. We want Gunner here, if nothing else, just for that extra large pouch that it gives us. The other benefits are very much there as well, but here, being dependent somewhat on the weapon and its firing time, having 15 more rounds here, that then also gets, you know, times 1.3 by the gear set, helps out quite a bit. So Gunner is the go-to. Skill-wise, of course, as well, this is a red build, at least the way we're going to be showing it here. You could definitely hybridize tipping skills. You could take a few blue cores, try to make it more survivable or such, but I like it in its full red. And to me, it's also effectively just one of those full red builds, full damage dealing builds, and I kind of like running it in that way. We're going to be taking a Revive Hive. A 1-up is never a bad idea. And here I'm taking the Pulse, but then skill-wise, of course, as we discussed a second ago, one of the big options we have as well is Smart Cover. Smart Cover is really strong. Pulse can reveal the enemies, but generally do think about your skill. Now, of course, shield isn't an option for this build. LMGs don't allow for them. But yeah, I find myself quite often running the Pulse in general anyway. If you're not going with that, yeah, Smart Cover is definitely a pick. You would need Brooklyn for that, but most people will have gotten through that by this point. EMP Sticky for if there were hounds around, otherwise a decoy or a foam chem can be really strong as well. So yeah, you have a few options there, and you should be using them, as especially that Smart Cover actually is a really good tool, especially because of its extra weapon handling as well, if nothing else. Let's do that again. I'm kind of just droning. Which feels weird. Let's try that. And for our forced foray, first foray. Yeah. And for our first foray out with this build into some gameplay, we'll just take the basic version as we showed it there with Equalizer and Overdogs. And then we didn't discuss it much, but specialization-wise, yeah, we are going to go Gunner. It is here going to be used mostly for that 50 plus 50 round mag. Instead of the plus 35 that we basically would have, this is the upgraded version with Gunner. Gunner, of course, has many other benefits as well, so it isn't a bad choice at all. It is, of course, actually one of the most chosen specializations, but here we'll be sticking to Gunner most of it. This plus 50 rounds as well, those extra 15 rounds even feed into the plus 30% magazine size, so we get even more rounds out of that. Skill-wise as well, we didn't touch on it much. It is, to me, a red build fully, and because of that, a Revive Hive is definitely the way to go for it. We'll pair that here. I generally do run a Scanner Pulse. I like knowing what the enemies are, what they're doing, and the awareness that a Scanner Pulse can bring is actually, well, I quite often call it dev-approved wall hacks, and in a lot of games, you wouldn't have this. This being, of course, a PvE game mostly, yeah, it is allowed, but it is, to me, an invaluable tool. Otherwise, the other big pick is to go Precision Smart Cover. That extra weapon handling and extra damage to targets out of cover that it has for a limited time and with a long cooldown is definitely very strong, and that is my other go-to. But just being a red build, even though, for instance, here, yeah, with LMGs, we don't get to use shield, so we won't pick those at all or even consider them at all. The other options are to go either an EMP Sticky, especially for EMPing some of the Warhounds and mini-tanks and such. A decoy is a very handy tool to just make enemies not shoot at you for a little bit. And then, of course, the foam chem launcher can make it so that even if you suppress enemies, but you didn't per se intend to, you can pop them out of cover for your allies and you to shoot. Those are my go-tos, especially here. And yeah, we'll be pairing that here, then also running the Overdogs. As we discussed a little bit, if you want to know in depth or exactly how the talent works on Overdogs, it isn't that hard. I do have a video on it. I'll just actually mostly direct you there. But I'll just point out that most of the time, I'm not per se thinking about this in the fight of like which enemy will be bonused or not. If we do, we can maybe eke out a little bit more. The important part to know is, especially in this tier 3, this any other enemy, not very descriptive, but that is, for instance, rushers, assaults, grenadiers, and snipers. 4 very common archetypes, and because of that, the uptime on this is pretty high. Also, when we're down to the last enemy alive, it will be active against them because they'll be one of these tiers. So the last enemy alive will always be bonused. And then also, yeah, if we kind of try to go for the grenadiers and the assaults and the rushers and the snipers first, that will help out a little bit. But in general play, I don't really consider it in that way. What I'll do is I'll think about it in the way of like, oh, we're going to, for instance, in Legendary Roosevelt, at the boss fight room, fight some marauders. Oh, that's not going to work out. So I'll swap to the Tinkerer or a different piece. If instead we go with DUA Legendary and that boss fight, oh, it's the boss is going to be the last enemy alive. It is going to be active against them. I'll stick with the Overdogs. I generally decide before the fight if I'm going to keep it, not per se in the fight, thinking about what I'm shooting per se. Anyway, we didn't talk about weapon talents, but actually that's good. We'll discuss that when we go to the weapon part. Okay, now we... Oh yeah, shit. That's gonna be a thing, isn't it? Ah, that doesn't matter. Modifier. I don't have control over modifier, of course. Let me get chips here. Second. Is that legend good for Overdogs? So legendaries, I would say legendaries and especially Black Dusk in general is kind of, so that one would work out fine enough. Mostly because the Warhounds and stuff also spawn separately. So it would be more active than not. But yeah, the legendaries is kind of some of the exceptions, a little bit. Because for instance, for the boss fight, yeah, it would be basically a 50-50 uptime, likely. Because yeah, there's a shit ton of grenadiers and assaults and stuff. And then also when you're sometimes fighting, yeah, the Warhounds, for instance, all spawn as a wave. So you'll be just having Warhounds then, so they all can't. But yeah, you would maybe want to go for, yeah, with the legendaries is kind of the exception a little bit, where yeah, you could go Tinker instead. Yeah, let's... it's fine.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Yeah. And here we'll join in some random matchmaking, just old-fashioned heroic random matchmaking. As we'll take it into bank headquarters. I did already look at which weapon it was or which mission it was. One thing we'll have on here is actually the modifier, but that's fine for here. If I'm random matchmaking, I don't have too much control over that. That doesn't add too much to our damage, and of course this season isn't completely OP as with some seasons. Then we'll start with the gameplay here of just coming in and starting and shooting. We are doing invaded bank. Oh, we're doing invaded bank. That's not gonna happen with randoms. Because they're gonna do the bug is still here, isn't it? The objective failed thing is still here, right? So with randoms, it's basically impossible because they'll go and spawn camp it and it'll bug out. That's also likely what happened there. That's why they were starting a mission with 3 people, random people all together there. They had likely just failed and somebody left, and that we started matchmaking. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see what we get now.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive.
And here we'll be jumping into some random matchmaking to start it off with. Just for some missions, we've matchmaked for a heroic mission here. It is Jefferson Trade Center. Actually, it was one of the Jeffersons. I did a peek before before we went in. Here, yeah, at the start of it, we'll join in. Tipping skills, gameplay-wise, we want to be shooting, of course, to build up our stacks. On the buff bar, we see our stack bar, and yeah, it fills up pretty fast, for instance, in comparison to some things. But yeah, of course, we lose as well quite a lot the second we stop shooting. Now, of course, there's something to be said, for instance, going with a weapon that never has to reload, for instance, the Bullet King. We'll look at some of the weapons later on, but also we should consider that the damage that we do is, of course, a little bit higher, with, for instance, a high-end here with measured on it. Now, that is also my go-to talent for this build, is measured, not invaded, actually. It's the normal variant. We have the modifiers on here, of course, when we're just random matchmaking. Not too much control over there, but for this season, the season that we're in, they aren't very powerful, so they don't make too much of a difference. One thing we see there, though, is, yeah, I do build up stacks decently well, but for instance here, the second I stop firing to kind of move forward, or for instance to go and loot this crate, by the time I've looted this crate, we have mostly lost our stacks. One thing we could be doing is just, for instance, just tap firing, and likely for the boss fight, I might be doing that here and there. But yeah, we could, for instance, also be firing our pistol to charge it up. That has been one of my go-tos as well. Just, you know, we charge it up a little bit like that, and then we start shooting. You can also use the cooler. That has been one of the go-tos for a lot of people, because the cooler is at least automatic, or for instance, the Tempest, so you don't have to click as much, and then both of those have infinite ammo behind them.
Constitution Hall is under attack.
And yeah, we have agitated some hyenas there. Unlikely we'll go to a retaliation actually after this. But yeah, this builds up not too fast, but loses its stacks quite fast. Unless an enemy is suppressed, we'll lose our stacks quite quickly. That does mean that, yeah, it is very much one of those builds that does prefer a little bit longer fights. It does prefer, for instance, actually in Legendary, it can work out, except that, yeah, as we saw, Legendary, the play domain of chest strikers can still do a little bit more. But for instance, here on Heroic, there is nothing wrong with this, and can hit hard enough, even at 0 stacks, to, yeah, kind of deal some damage. If nothing else, it is still a full red build. And as it gets going into its stacks, it can actually do a decent potential. We'll go and reactivate Intelligence System Analytic Computer, as Isaac is actually the acronym of, and get him back into business. Now here, for instance, in the garage in a second, we have some of the longer fights where there's also some maneuvering involved and such, so that'll matter there. So one thing we could do actually is, for instance, yeah, take if we're not taking an exotic, taking a Tempest here just to shoot that, and yeah, we do build stacks whatever we are firing. That does also actually include our specialization weapon. So the gunner, the mini gun we have there is actually a usable tool here as well. I'll take all the loot because it is Christmas, must loot. What else are we there here for?
Hello?
I'm gonna use my pulse, know where the enemies are, and that's generally, yeah, knowledge is power, guard it well, as some say. And yeah, we want to keep firing. Now, generally, we'll have waves starting to spawn from the left here, and several heavies. Now, I'm fully stacked at this point. I want to, even if I don't really have a target, I want to kind of tap fire like that. In our reload, we'll of course lose some stacks, but hopefully not all of ours. One of the things also that can be annoying and kind of confusing sometimes for your allies, but yeah, they'll get used to it, is that, for instance here, I'm going to wait for them to kill over there because they're forgetting that several more waves spawn here, or they never knew at all. But yeah, several more waves spawn back here, so I'm gonna hold the back. And try to make it so that they don't go and, yeah, kind of make their backsides hurt.
An agent needs assistance.
As we see, even with the reloads in there, I'll make those stacks up pretty quickly. And once we do, we're in a decent place. So I got flanked, actually. I didn't notice, even though there was a very big giveaway of them being a fire team there, but that's fine. Would have a few directives on, but nothing too painful. The disorient from the special ammo definitely hurting quite a lot. My fragile is not broken, so that's still fine at least. Let's grab the loot here. Let's also already go to the different tool that we were talking about, which is Smart Cover. Smart Cover can help a lot. It adds some damage the second we have it up. It doesn't have a super long duration, and it does have a decently long cooldown. It is group wide as well, so if multiple people choose to huddle up and cuddle up and, you know, do the Christmas thing, yeah, we all benefit. But that isn't the expectation, especially in randoms. We do need to be in cover at that point. We do need to be actually using the cover system. And that is actually the thing that I end up using usually the least and only will do effectively for the Smart Cover. But yeah, the Smart Cover definitely makes the weapon feel a lot better. It makes the reloads much more fast. And of course, with the weapon handling that we have from the stacks as well alongside of it. And what you'll see me do here, actually, even though I don't see the enemy, I'm just going to keep firing. Once per second at least, keep up my stacks. And by doing that, even though it can be confusing for my allies, because yeah, it's like, what is this guy shooting at? Especially somebody that is of, you know, a decent SHE level, even though SHE level means nothing, of course, but they might think, oh, he sees something I don't. But no, it's just my dumb ass trying to keep up my dumb stacks. We'll go get this loot as well as this often gets skipped, and let's not. And let's, of course, definitely go save Espinosa. Nothing bad will happen to him, I promise. Do I promise? Why do I promise such things? Yeah. He had a bad day.
Have to die here.
And yeah, Smart Cover up again. I got pre-fire there actually, and yeah, had some stacks up, but not per se needed. Here, the spawns are very somewhat fixed, except for the back ones, although there is always back on one of the sides, of course. And yeah, by just kind of tap firing like that, having fired some shots within that second, we do actually keep up our stacks pretty well. Of course, as well with the Wood Gunner, we also get ourselves the reload. Every 3 reloads is quite a lot faster, and that helps out, of course, here as well. We do care about our reloads. I do miss my pulse already because yeah, with the with the Fog of War up, there is an enemy. Oh, there is an enemy about. Where is about? Yeah, that is the question. Yeah, so there.
Go after her.
And that's also going to be the reason why here I'm going to go back to my pulse. Actually, I'm going to go to decoy, actually. So I'm going to do a thing here. So for this boss fight, there's actually a really good strategy. We haven't actually showed that off, I feel, in gameplay ever. But when my teammates are all here and we push through, usually if one person, it would be better if I had a hive. That would make it a little bit more consistent, but I'll trust. Also, not per se the best build for this, but I'll trust. I can run through here. I can leave a decoy behind here just to keep the enemies here busy. I'm pushing for the boss. The boss can be very annoying here. A sniper in the back is very dangerous. By the time we get here, it's basically guaranteed that she puts down that little RC car, and that can be used to CC her. That's basically a given if you get to her, if you run right away from the start. And yeah, that takes her out of the fight. So at least we don't have that annoying sniper, a named sniper in the back targeting us. And that's a really good tactic to use here. This is basically, if we're in coordinated teams, the guaranteed tactic we go for here is just to make sure that we deal with them. Here I'm going to go after this fire team. they are suppressed. So here in the suppression, I can reload while they are suppressed and not lose any stack. So even though my suppression of them wasn't intentional per se. But yeah, when they are suppressed, we can keep our stacks. We don't lose any. And here I'm at full stacks. I'm dealing pretty good damage. And we can deal with the rest of the enemies. And even, although of course a sniper named, so they didn't have that much available health and armor, but we still tore through them even without having many stacks there. Now here on a hyena mission, yeah, it is very much
Look,
not per se.
nothing
Oh,
we could have done for
we
Espinosa.
had still something alive. I was like, why is the mission not completed yet?
With us.
It is, of course, yeah,
You suffered a bit before you
not too
finished.
hard of a mission. I am kind of curious of our final numbers here, although I'm going to guess that, yeah, we will have done decently well here. Because in a hyena mission, we can actually look a little bit at the damage. There isn't that many weak points and such hitting other weak points. And, yeah, by numbers, we did the most, but also, yeah, we likely in a random matchmaking, of course, that isn't too hard. But we saw the power of this, and also, for instance, the uptime on overdogs likely there was pretty good. The boss as well, when we're shooting at them, a sniper. So yeah, it was active against them. And yeah, a powerful build, and especially one that can do some serious damage. Yeah, let's move it on to a different variant and look first at the calculations of the weapons.
I did not join up for this.
Oh, I'm just too curious. Yeah, that was okay. Not the worst. I'll leave them to it. Have fun.
You
Yeah, they didn't do much indeed that one. But the other, there was one other guy that was doing decent damage. Also, as well, it's just a heroic DC mission.
Watch forever.
Yeah, let's go back to bias. $11 that's fine. Got to ramble about stacking the icons, all of that. I got to show the quick boss kill. I feel a lot of people still don't know that strat, which I feel is one of the most basic strats. That's also why we take it into random matchmaking. You never know what you get and stuff, and then not to per se show that it's too powerful or not, but at least it's not cherry picked, I feel. Also, actually, it's yeah, the other guy is this one. Yeah, they kind of kept up. I don't know what they were running, but oh, yeah. So how many builds sacrifice armor? Oh, just in that the 2 sacrifice. So in because yeah, sacrifice is also a piece. There's also this. I'm like, I'm like, oh, do you mean that run this? No, yeah. In Division, there are several mechanics that help a lot with running full red builds. There were in a lot of other games that wouldn't be per se workable. So we have the revive hive. We have this can revive you once per cooldown. Basically, if you get downed, your character drops it, so it picks you back up. There's that mechanic. Then also there is the health gate. So every 30 seconds, if we get hit enough that we would basically get downed, there's a health gate there. That gate will basically stop damage for a second or two. So you basically get invincibility then for 2 seconds, and then it falls away for 30 seconds. That means that unless we're really taking a lot of damage, if we're kind of careful, we can use that every 30 seconds to prevent us going down. And then yeah, when we go down, we have the revive hive. After the revive hive, we have a health gate again, and then we die. So you get to make a lot of mistakes. And then especially in group settings, it's also the thing with especially group settings. So solo, I do run stuff that, has a little bit more tankiness, for instance, or some memento especially as well. Really powerful solo. But in group settings, you can basically hide and let your teammates clean up. in the worst case. Like if you get pinned down by several enemies and you really can't peek, your hive is on cooldown, you already got your health gate hit, just I'm out for 30 seconds. Like, you guys deal with this. I'll be back when my health gets back. Because I might as well not go down, because when I go down, I'm also then at that point I'm a hindrance to the team, because now one person has to give up their damage to come revive me most of the time. So, and that's the difference with a lot of other games where you would get to the end of your health and you would just die. And then, you know, you would just be dead. So, you know, you would have to just be picked up by somebody else. Here we have revive hives, we have the health gate. All of those mechanics make it so that it's actually not too hard to run red builds. So I don't know if somebody has, wait, what is my retaliation? I don't know if somebody, first of all, has a 2-zone retaliation preferably, but also, yeah, if anybody's up for doing a retaliation with me, I would love some company. Let's do as well. I want to include retaliation in the mix. But also, yeah, worst case, we go and do my Constitution Hall one, which is 3. Okay. Okay. Oh, but also, yeah, if you just want to join Tiny, I'll be up for that. We have too many. So yeah, well, let's take. I'll take it on the first come first serve kind of basis here, because yeah,
Another agent is
Doug and the Melon was earlier on as well. But then maybe because we're gonna then after this also do maybe Krampus, and then I'll take you Moontree and Phaedrus then. Everybody okay with that?
An agent is no longer in your group.
Okay, yeah.
Another agent has joined your group.
So we'll take Tiny, Melon, and Doug. Or maybe Doug, if you're okay with it, maybe we take Phaedrus now. Or we take, wait. Somebody said specifically retaliation. Oh, Moontree. Yeah, Moontree. Or yeah, we'll take Moontree if you're up for it. And then we'll take Phaedrus and Doug in a minute for...
Another agent is now.
yeah, we'll likely just do Krampus. I feel Krampus seems like a good enough fight, and we'll do like a 2 Krampuses then. And you were Spoon Mem, right? Just to double check Moontree in game, right? Just so we have the right person. Because then we'll take present party here. Just and then yeah, later on we'll trade some people in for Dag and Phaedrus. Then we'll get everybody on board. All of us have 3 zones. That's fine. What's the Constitution? That'll be fast. Actually, wait. Does the faction matter? Not particularly. Is any of these particularly faster? I think Constitution is likely the best, because also this has like the long runs here. So likely Constitution. Yeah, what's the Constitution? Oh, I'm on normal. And if you guys are okay with it as well, we'll go without the modifier. No, take whatever you, or well, yeah, if more so if multiple are running, but yeah, run whatever you want to run, basically. I have OD indeed already. Yeah, maybe stick to that. Yeah, let's make it heroic, because let's not make that mistake. Let me actually set my targeted as well for a second. Yeah, body armor. Let's do refill on body armor. Yeah, so let me quickly, yeah, actually I should have done that first. Oh, actually I need that as well. Shit. Well, no, not shit, but the other one. Let me take, yeah, sorry guys, but I'll take a quick like 2 minute, or well, not 2 minutes, but like a minute bio break real quick. If you guys need to do anything, do that. Then I'm gonna record a very quick intro, and then we go. Sorry, I should have maybe done that first, actually. But yeah, I'll be right back because I really need to pee, actually. I realize. I'll be right back. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, back we are. Actually, I realized one other thing. But then if you guys need to do something else, because actually I'll be like 5 minutes because I need to. We're doing it a little differently than I'm used to. That's why I'm gonna discombobulate it. But I need to actually do this spreadsheet quite first, real quick, because this is what we're kind of basing our choices on here. But yeah, so that'll be like a short 5 minutes. So yeah, if you guys are either good waiting or if you need to just, yeah, you can leave group and then join back up in a second if you want to go do some activities in the meantime. This shouldn't take too long, but I just quickly want to get it done. Because yeah, totally forgot about this. Because I need to discuss about this, was also I can do it, record it after, because I'm gonna forget what I want to say in here. Yeah, let's just quickly do this and then. Sorry, should have realized that. Mistimed it actually. Yeah. As here, we'll quickly take it to the discussion, actually, why we pick the weapons that we do. Very briefly, is as we looked very in depth into it already in the in-depth look of tipping skills. I lost the gear setting. Let's try it. And for that, we'll come to the second multi-calculator in that same spreadsheet. Here we are going after what weapon choices we make. As you saw me run there, I was running a classic M60. That is my go-to weapon for this. The classic M60 beats out the M60 E6 and E4 nowadays pretty consistently, even with that extra mod, especially here where that mod can't really get us something extra. In the in-depth look, we already went over the build and with weapon choices we want to go with it. And very much the conclusion there was of the high ends was the classic M60. In the recent unit alloys video as well, we kind of reaffirmed those choices as we saw that, for instance, while we can get a better crit chance actually out of the classic or instead of the classic M60 going with the M60 E4 or E6, their bases being so much lower actually made it so that the classic M60 still wins out against them. So that's the go-to M60 still, and also my pick. The main reason is this, the firing time. So here we have the firing time here as well with equalizer and the rate of fire third stat as we have it. And that firing time is here 17 seconds with the classic M60. That gives us more than enough time to get to the full stacks, and then also plenty of time at full stacks as well. From a damage perspective, the M60 from a burst DPS perspective is actually behind some of the other weapon choices that we can go with. For instance, an M249, which has the same mag size, but has a much faster firing rate. An MG5, which is a little bit slower on the firing rate, but yeah, a much smaller mag size as well. Then we also have the GR9, which of course can have a very large mag size, but yeah, doesn't have the damage, especially to kind of go with it. We see that, yeah, the M249 can actually perform a little bit better on the burst, but it loses out too much on the sustain, and also from a firing time perspective, just doesn't work out as well as the classic M60. The MG5, well, on the burst is the overall one of the better picks in the MG category, while the RPK is the burst king. The MG5 is my general top pick for general use. It is, for instance, the MG that I would use on strikers, for instance. But the firing time is just wouldn't even get to full stacks, so we'd have to reload once, losing a bunch of stacks before we even get to full stacks. The GR9, well, it has a very long firing time, as we see here. Here we're also taking it with a rate of fire magazine. I would recommend that in general as well if you want to go the GR9 at all, because if we take that extra magazine, if we put the plus 50 pouch there, I have the toggle for that actually here, just one random toggle out in the back. When we hit that, when we go back, we see that actually the RPM dropped by a little and its mag size became enormous. In this case, though, we're dropping off so much burst DPS that even on the sustained DPS end, it actually does not keep up with the classic M60. And dropping this amount of burst just to get, well, another 7 seconds on the firing time, which is nice, but that burst is way too low. That is why I don't generally pick the GR9, even though you would think it would be a good fit here. It gives up too much on the damage. If we take it back to at least being the rate of fire mag, we can see that it's a little bit closer, but it still is not there. I would rather have that M60, and also in a lot of situations, we wouldn't even be able to fire for that long anyway. Same actually for the M60. And yeah, in the end, even with those extra rounds there, the GR9, for instance, its damage is so much lower that even on the damage per mag, it actually doesn't work out for it in its favor. Actually, the M60 has more damage in its mag. Then we see a bunch of exotics, and that's actually the ones that are more interesting here. Because, first of all, we don't have, for instance, Killer really being a powerful tool here, and our go-tos being mostly measured. The damage talent that we can pick effectively is a little bit lower. In a lot of other builds, we would compare the exotics quite often also against Killer and such, and there they, of course, do not stand a chance. Here we trigger Killer or put Killer on the high ends, and this, of course, puts talent only on the high ends. We see that while with Killer active, basically all of them moved up by around the same amount. We see that, yeah, it does surpass, none of the exotics effectively surpass it, even with Killer on here. And the difference between that and measured is actually that measured is a little tiny bit higher here. With measured on the high-end weapons, we can see that none of the exotics really keeps up on the burst, with the sole exception being the Pahan. The Pahan can actually do pretty well. It is an RPK with an extra 15 weapon damage. Now, of course, the downsides of it is you do need to get a bunch of kills. In a group setting, that's going to work less well. Solo, actually, Pahan has been one of my go-tos. We also see that, especially if we're just looking at it with a measured weapon here, yeah, that Bullet King is quite a bit far behind on the burst. It does, of course, because it has no reload, does really well on the sustain, because its burst is its sustain, effectively. So there is a case to be made that way, but yeah, the amount that we give up on the burst then is a little bit too much. The blue screen is a really good pick as well, because also this is, of course, with that rate of fire mod that it has, that is effectively its talent. But then on top of that, also it has its effectiveness through its talent as well, where we can disorient and disrupt enemies. And the blue screen has been definitely one of my picks. We do give up a decent amount on burst. It does keep up on sustain end, of course, because it is a really good weapon. Handling-wise as well, it is really good. And much better as well than the Bullet King. And I would generally pick that, as that has also a really large mag and a large firing time. The thing is also with the Pahan, for instance, as well, and the Bullet King, and of course the blue screen here as well, all three have enough firing time that they make sense. While the Iron Lung and the Pestilence, of course, can do decent, but this isn't the build for it. It wants to have weapon damage, something like Concentrated Company or Dedicated. Legmo build does much better than this build does. This feeds into crit, but also, much more importantly, this doesn't have the firing time at all. And of course, the Pestilence has a really long reload to follow that up, meaning that the stacking is actually horrendous with the Pestilence, and definitely not a choice I would go with. Here, even when we include the tick into it, it is just a little bit, as we have this tick here separately, and then the weapons itself. If we're adding that together, the DPS of the build and the DPS of the damage of the tick, which is once per second as well. If we add those two together, and then we have basically a full tick and the build doing its full damage, then it's just barely ahead of that measured weapon, and I just take the consistency of that plus the firing time of a classic M60. The Ironling is the other one as well, where, yeah, it can actually kind of make sense, and its CCing as well becomes a little bit better because it has a little bit larger magazine, but its firing time just isn't there. But from the perspective of using some of the exotics, yeah, especially Blue Screen and Pahan make a lot of sense. Pahan, especially if solo, if you're getting all of those kills, to make that max size a little bit bigger, that makes all of the difference, and that definitely is a powerful tool. As we can see, it even competes well with the measured weapons. Bullet King, though, while completely understandable, I generally just pick one of the others. Let's go see that actually in some gameplay, in some retaliation, as we take it in some play and play around with some Blue Screen and some Pahan mostly. Yeah. Sorry for the wait. Yeah, let's get going. If everybody's ready as well. Let me just quickly grab that Pahan because I don't have one. I see. Mod crafting there. Oh, do you see everybody moving? Everybody grooving? Everybody moving, grooving. Yeah. Yeah, let's start with the Pahan. Everybody ready? Yeah. Yeah, we'll go do my one. Not Bounty. Initiate. Oh, is that already? Yeah. And here we'll load into a retaliation. We're going to Constitution Hall and we'll be fighting some hyenas. I've grabbed a ragtag team of agents here. Let's go from the south. So we'll start on the south and work our way in a circle, in a clockwise circle here. So yeah, we're somewhat coordinating, as we do have, for instance, an OD in the team, and then also actually several people running Concentrated Company. On my end, I'm actually running the Centurion as we have it here, and running that with the Pahan here starting out, but we'll go to some of the other exotics as well. So with the Pahan, I do want to get kills before I get the reload. The Pahan, it will make it so that when we get kills on this following reloads, effectively we'll get a bigger max size out of the weapon. Now solo, that works out a lot better than, for instance, in a group setting, but here we'll try to make it work. Now again, we're gonna do the thing we always do, which is just to get into a good position, try to find a good spot, and then get going. I'm gonna try to hit some weak points here and there as well, and of course here some of the engagements that are a little bit longer work out decently well. We're hitting our first reload there with just one extra stack. The thing with the Pahan is also if we do it and use it well, yeah, we'll basically kind of cascade with it, of course, where we get more and more stacks. Here on my next reload, it will be 3 stacks, and we go to 196. One downside actually that I now realize is that the downside is, for instance, then this would work well with the Overdogs, but yeah, I decided to go with the Centurion, which actually doesn't work at all with the Pahan, because we have to weapon swap. When we weapon swap and swap back, we lose that extra max size, the same way that we do, for instance, for stacks on Chameleon or things like that. So actually not the great choice here. But the Pahan by itself, actually a decent enough weapon. Now with the Centurion, of course, we do want to weapon swap. So actually, I'm going to very surreptitiously swap to the to the blue screen that I have here. As you may notice as well, here I didn't actually go with a dedicated one that has, for instance, a third stat that works out for the build that I had there, but instead went with just a crit chance one. Here I do have a blue screen that is actually for this build, and I have it on this character for this build specifically, and it is actually for the I'm trying to get the rate of fire one on that weapon. Except of course that's always hard to do. Nice, on the max size one, I think. But also, yeah, trying to a little bit concentrate on not dying and shooting all the enemies. We are mostly at full stacks, and that's working out for us already. I'm not making full use of the parts of our Centurion, but here let's swap and swap back just so we get that going. Actually, both of these weapons, Overdogs would fit better with them because they would be they would align a little bit better with it. Having to weapon swap here with the blue screen as well, any marks that we have made will be lost. So actually, I made a poor choice in putting it together with the Centurion here. The Centurion would work well enough with, for instance, when we're running the classic M60, where we're just running it with measured. And actually, I am going to make that choice here. And actually, as you saw, I have the pieces here to make that choice. And I would recommend setting up in that same way, so that we can swap over back to an Overdogs, and we'll actually go back to that Pahan. Now, this Pahan isn't actually set up correctly because it has that crit chance extra there, so we're wasting way too much of our crit chance. But for the purposes of just illustrating it here a little bit, it works out. Most of the exotics, or well, several of the exotics, as you saw there, work out pretty well. And I would say the blue screen and the Pahan are my go-tos from an exotic sense. Especially as well with the blue screen, we will do some CCing, we'll do some disorienting and some pulsing and disrupting incidentally. So, and yeah, we'll start moving to the other control point. I'll kind of wait till we'll kind of bench step because we want to move as a team, especially as we're likely to see, I was about to say a Krampuslauf, but no, the classic version of that, which is, of course, our kill squads. We'll likely have a kill squad before we reach the next control point. That's usually how it goes. Pulse is very useful here as well, of course, but yeah, other skills would be too. Here, for instance, especially with some teammates, Smart Cover would work wonders as well. And yeah, we have one stack saved up, and of course still pretty full mag. I'm gonna stick to it and try to get all the way up it. So here we're swapped back to Overdogs. I don't want to go Tinkerer, of course, for any of these, because yeah, Tinkerer does not work with any of the exotics in play. It needs to be 2 unnamed weapons and of normal talents for it to work out. I was out here to just being oh yeah, there's our kill squad. Let's see if it's a chill squad or a kill squad. The difference between those two is if it is the underground faction. When it is the underground faction, that's a chill squad because they just melt. They melt in front of us. But yeah, the kill squads of the factions usually a little bit harder. And with some factions, actually, for instance, Rikers, they're usually being, well, it's effectively guaranteed to have a heavy in there. Yeah, that one can hurt. We had 2 stacks there. 2 of those kills were ours. And because of that, we're starting to make a bigger magazine there. Yeah. We should try to, yeah, we can evade those guys. And I'm set to chest, just trying to fill back up after all of those equalizers that got optimized recently. That ate up all my resources in that. So just filling back up. We'll go for the next control point. Moving as a squad, of course. And here as well. I'll let Spoon open, who's running some foam there. That'll be... And yeah, we'll try to spread it for them, of course, as well. Even though they got most people, we'll start trying to get that to go around. That is behind something. And then one of the things I can use, of course, is try to suppress enemies. And when they get suppressed, I get to move. I quite often have the sentence of suppressed, you say? It's just so I know I can... That's the points where I can actually make use of running around and suppressing... With a suppressed enemy, having the chance to reload or run around. Here, we'll try to... Yeah, they spawn up there. A spawn point that actually doesn't get used when you're normally fighting this. But here as well, the spawn point up there actually doesn't get used in retaliation. And kind of understandable, because that likely would be too far away and that could bug out some stuff. So likely they decided not to. Those guys are not part of this fight. So let's actually go shoot at people that are. I'm kind of pre-firing there. With the Bahan, once we have a few stacks going, we can actually get multiple kills. And yeah, that'll feed into our next mag, of course. But also, yeah, we can pre-fire, for instance, just to get some stacks going. But for instance, the Bahan, I would say solo works out a little bit better and where you're getting all of the kills. But even in a group setting, mostly because as well, yeah, we don't have access to those somewhat higher talents of killer and such that we normally would go with quite often. This being very competitive against measured works out. So we saw the Bahan a little bit there, but also not even in its full power because, yeah, I would need one that wasn't crit chance, but I didn't have one at the ready. We'll go actually here to a blue screen that, actually a blue screen with crit chance for the way that we're set up now. We could actually set it up indifferently so we can go with that DTA one. But here, because we are running it up against a true crit chance weapon, true crit chance mod weapon, we want this one. But we could forgo actually a little bit on the build and set it up differently to match the blue screen a little bit better, because the blue screen does not have any base crit chance effectively. It has no crit chance mods that fit into that. Yeah, let's start moving to the last control point here. Make sure to get all your loot, because there could be some up there and stuff. The rain helping here quite a lot. Something that a lot of people don't understand is that when it is raining and such, the enemy actually becomes, especially heavy rain like this, the enemy becomes a lot more passive, for instance. And that can be handy for us, knowing that they're going to be a little bit more passive. And also their effectiveness at range becomes less. Means that, yeah, we can close the distance a little bit more easily and such. We'll likely see another kill squad going to that last control point, but yeah, let's run it on then. And here we have some longer engagements, some shorter engagements, especially here, for instance, Concentrated Company, I find works a little bit better, for instance, for retaliations, especially for these kind of fights, because here, these engagements against 3-man wave with the 4 of us, they're not going to last for 10 seconds. They're going to be long over before we even reach there. Let's go actually for this key chest, mostly because I just want to show something that I didn't know until very recently, which is that you can hop up. Let's kill those. So yeah, they're mostly stacked as well. We'll reload the weapon. You can actually jump up from here, which I did not know. That makes opening this chest as well much easier, and then opening the door, because yeah, when you open that door, it always actually makes it quite hard to open that crate. But just to show that as a small detour, and I'm happy my compatriots were fine with that. Here as well, now we do have the modifier off. That's also why I wanted to be in a coordinated team. So yeah, we can have those off. So we don't have the bonuses from that. We don't also have the downsides from that, for instance, with the enemies that are a little bit more resistant, although they changed those resistances to be a little bit less, of course. Now, for instance, on the assault here, actually, I won't have, it won't be long enough, honestly, for the 10 seconds, most likely, because the standing wave, of course, on a retaliation assault is just one wave. And once they're taken care of, they are taken care of. Oh, that's... I did not notice that those guys were over there. And that's mostly because I'm a little bit blind. Just a little bit. Let's start moving over there. And yeah, at this point, I'm fully stacked. Also, an overcharge happened there. I'm going to pulse. Of course, the pulse will be overcharged at that point. That gives us another 10% to its damage, and that helps out quite a lot there. Or well, 15% on as a debuff on the enemy, so everybody's damage is going up there.
Incoming.
We have an OD in the team as well. That makes it so that we don't have to care about ammo as much. We're generating ammo as we go.
Detected.
And yeah, that helps quite a lot here too. I always like having an OD in the team with it. And that is just so we can get yeah, the ammo there. So here I've gotten more than 50 hits, most likely. I'm actually going to use my pulse, and that pulse and disoriented all of those enemies because that's what the blue screen does. As we get marks on the enemy, we can mark the enemies, building up hits. We'll do different things. Once we reach the 50, I honestly don't really always remember the numbers on them. I just know if I have more than 50, then we do disrupt and disorient. And that can, for instance, be useful when we have enemies in suppression. So I can suppress them, of course. That disorient that came from that, yeah, that will push them out of that. Although, of course, as well, them being suppressed is in my favor. While they're suppressed, as you can see, I can run around and there is no loss of stacks. Once the suppression ends, now I'm starting to lose stacks again. So when they go into suppression, when they're getting suppressed, I have the ability to run around. But here, as we see, because also, yeah, these are the last waves of this. Make sure to get all of your loot for my teammates, especially as well, saying that. Because, yeah, last control point and the last waves. So make sure to get your loot. Oh, and the kill squad. Not seeing where they're spawning. Let's actually get the kill squad first, if we can. Although I'm sure Present Company actually has all of the blueprints, I'm guessing. I'm going to use a quick heal, and actually I'm going to go sit in the heal here. Yeah. Just continuous fire, a suppression. That already opens up my ability to reload. I'm going to reload there. Keeping full stacks because of the suppression. And yeah, we'll use the hive, that's what it's for. We are in overcharge. I should pulse again to apply an overcharge pulse. And that was actually the thing that killed me over there, which was, in fact, the sniper turret.
Kill squad down.
Okay, we still have some enemies there. Hopefully, they don't finish us off. Let's make sure we get all our loot, maybe before we kill the last few, because, yeah, they'll... And especially, let's get our buddy into the fight again. This is also, yeah, if you have a coordinated team, you can kind of do this. But of course, with randoms, it's a lot of, it's like herding cats. But here, of course, yeah, we'll take the time. We'll leave some enemies alive. Make sure we get everybody gets their loot. We'll keep the ones that we have busy. And once everybody seems to have gotten their loots, we'll finish it off. Because we can always suppress them indeed. I think everybody has their loot. There you go. And if nothing else as well, we have another 30 seconds. Because I have some loot upstairs, but I'll go get that. One thing as well, if we go and actually get the supply room, for instance here, if we care about our targeted a lot, the targeted now will be, of course, our targeted from the retaliation. But there we saw it in a retaliation. So for instance, in a retaliation, there are some of the shorter fights. It doesn't really perform well there, but especially, of course, on the defense, it can work wonders. And yeah, there we defended our territory. Annoyingly as well, they messed up the timer again because it was working for a little bit, but they broke it again. So we won't know our exact time. Although, of course, again, you look in the YouTube video and see how long it took us. But for a thing like this, especially, yeah, some of those exotics as well as we saw there, the Pahan and the blue screen work really well here. The Bullet King can be made to work as well, but it is a little bit too weak. I'm fine with the other weapons. They have big enough mags anyway. But yeah, let's take it out to one last multi-calculator and then some final gameplay. There we go. And yeah. Yeah. But yeah, thanks guys, and thanks for the quick run there. I'm gonna drop group because I'm gonna record some things first, and then we'll get together again. But then we'll take also first we'll take Doug and Phaedrus, and maybe get a fresh team in the video as well. But yeah, GG's, and yeah, thanks a lot for the help and the schmood run. So, but I'll leave you to it as I'm gonna go get set up for that. First record that and stuff, and then I'll. How is this working nowadays? How is this a shared space thing? Because I left the group, I didn't get a loading screen. I got phased into a new world. I've had that before as well with this, when like a thing ended and it just kept me there. Yeah, let me actually catch up on a lot of chats, because yeah, we took a while there. How long was that actually? 17 minutes. Okay, that's fine. That'll be one of the longer sections there anyway. Let's clean this up. I know, let me actually catch up here. I was coming in, I was in my own world a little bit as we're recording some stuff. And yeah, Merry Christmas is all around. And yeah, Bahan is definitely, yeah, one that I definitely wanted to show here as well. Although I should have realized, that's fine, we'll keep it in, because I'm not gonna like record it for that. But I should have realized that I just wanted to go to a different exotic, and yeah, the Tinkerer of course wouldn't work at all. I should have just gone Coyote actually. The Tinkerer wasn't gonna work there. So I went just Centurion quick, but Centurion of course also wasn't gonna work together with Pahan, or because yeah, weapon swap will break both of these. But that's fine, it's fine. Let's lastly take it to this and then Tinkerer. I'll do Centurion 1 and then Tinkerer 1 maybe. Let's do Centurion first. Also, that should be golden. Yeah. Briefly for me, how long have we been going? 119, which sounds about right. Yeah, let me fully catch up on chat. Yeah, sorry for everybody that I'm quite distracted, of course. I need a theory. It's the best way to get winter keys. So yeah, I think somebody answered no. Especially on normal, farming the keys on normal, fight the Krampuses, and then doing them on normal. One thing you can do very easily is also just matchmake for now. If you go to matchmake and just matchmake for a random bounty, it is very likely you will get a Krampus bounty. And it will likely be somebody who's doing several of them in a row, and then just stay with the team and just run around the bounty. But especially the bounty drops the most keys, so farming up some bounties and then going and doing the bounties works pretty well. Difficulty doesn't matter, so doing it on normal can be a good fast way if you're like farming for it, but also just matchmake for bounties is the other option. Yeah. And the flawless. Oh, I had been down already. You missed the part where I was downed already once, and I think that's somebody else as well. The miss there. Gee, that's nice. Would you recommend in your recommended list? My striker build is the point where I can start working on second build. The easiest one to put together is the Heartbreaker. From that perspective, the Heartbreaker or the Striker are the preferred one. I would say try out the Heartbreaker first. It has also a little bit different playstyle, so it's not super different from Striker, but it's a little bit different playstyle from the Striker. Because the Striker tech tank is just like a chunky Striker, effectively, so. But yeah, the Heartbreaker one, so if you're in the build collection, especially that 5.15 one, although the 4.4, 5.15, yeah. The 4.14 is also a Heartbreaker tech tank. That one might be a little bit easier to put together now with getting Salvo for free from the season track, but the other one's not too hard either. But especially the Heartbreaker and the Striker one are the go-to ones. Oh, that's why you were. I was like, why are you happy about optimal range? But that makes sense. You have the library complete. Okay, well, congrats there, Melon. I thought you were. I thought maybe there was the like I had a drop or something with Max, or that you were like just making fun of it or something. The difference it's always going to be a Sector Grando. Well, you get one from the season track, if nothing else. And you just basically need one, because you can always recalibrate the stat underneath it. It doesn't need to be a blue core, because you can also put the blue core. I think I put the blue core on the thing. I should change that on the build picture. But you can put the blue core also on the other piece, basically, or some other piece. But yeah, you'll get one from the season track, if nothing else. Okay, then yeah. But also I would say the other one is overall maybe the one to begin with. The killer one, that is kind of the newer one, has its ups, definitely, of more damage when killer is active, but also has kind of its downs because it feels a little bit weaker, especially starting out. You have to kind of get used to how weak it is compared to the flatline one starting out. So I would say the flatline one is the one to go with starting out if you're... yeah. Well, but now you have the range. It's optimal. Oh yeah, let's record this real quick, and then we'll get another squad together, and we'll go likely do some Krampuses. I feel Krampus might be... My original idea was doing some bounty cheese to kind of also show pre-stacking, maybe, but I also don't want to do bounty cheese with the 5 times up, so maybe we go Krampusing, which will be basically the same. Also, let me take one weapon. As you know, we'll do it with a pistol. Let's first do the calculation. Yeah. Let me so the stinger is measured always active. Oh yeah, let's maybe turn that off to start with. As we'll come to the final multi-calculator here on that spreadsheet. And this one goes into the gear. So yeah, we kind of saw on the weapon end and the exotic weapons end the choices there. Here, mostly to show the differences between the exotics. We'll start here with the overdogs, and with the overdogs basically always active. Then coyotes, then we have a tinkerer here with measured, always active at the very least. Because of course, the thing that tinkerer gets is effectively it brings in a weapon talent and makes it a gear talent. That's in practice what the results of it will be. We also have Exodus and Nimble just for having them in there as a non-talent, non-damage related talent. They of course have their benefits, and Nimble can be very nice and so can Exodus. But they of course do not add to the damage. So we can kind of see what the baseline of that is, and that would also actually be the number if the overdogs is inactive. Then also what we have is a Centurion. The Centurion has two sides of course. On the one end, we get weapon damage and rate of fire. On the other end, we get some mag size and we get some reload. Now, starting off here with the overdogs, we have it at 100% uptime. That is, of course, not a reality for the overdogs. But the thing is, even if we take this to be, for instance, 50% uptime, we see that now it is still, from a consistency perspective, higher than most of our other picks. So for instance, that this measured variant, so if we had the Tinkerer plus measured and then a utility talent, let's say preservation or such, so not a damage talent, because all of these as well, at the current time, do not have a damage talent there. Yeah, that is starting to, for instance, look to catch up. The weapon damage plus rate of fire side of Centurion, which does require a weapon swap here and there, so you'll lose a little bit of damage in those swaps, but it can be quite a bit ahead of, for instance, the overdogs if it is just 50% active. So it really depends on what the uptime you consider here, because yeah, the uptime on the overdogs can be pretty high in some places. So for instance, in a second, we're going to take it into the Krampus bounties. Everything except Krampus, it will be active against. So there are situations where it has a very, very, very high uptime. And yeah, that'll just be, for instance, in that case, effectively 100%, because also we're going to do a thing to Krampus to kill him quickly. But there's, of course, other places where it won't work out at all. So for some of the raid fights and such, the enemy that you're wanting to shoot at will not be the one that is bonused, and then effectively it is a waste. Even when it is a waste, and we can kind of, and that is also why that Exodus and Nimble is in there. If we set the uptime on overdogs to 0, we see it's effectively the same as having a Nimble or an Exodus from a damage perspective, of course. That is just how that works out, because both of them have the same, all of these have the same stats, weapon damage, crit chance, crit damage, but then a talent going, towards either damage or, for instance, in the case of Nimble, to heal you to Exodus, to kind of give you some survivability. Even if we, for instance, put this to just 30%, and then here actually we'll start bringing some weapon talents, because we kind of have to. If we, to compare it especially with the Tinkerer, if we take measured, and the Tinkerer one effectively always has measured there. And alongside of that, for the Tinkerer, we also add in, for instance, a Ranger. So it'll be measured plus Ranger for the Tinkerer. And we're calculating the Ranger here as a 28-meter range, which is actually pretty long. That would be a 14% separate multiplier just by itself. But just for the purposes of this discussion here. So a little bit longer range when we're doing that. Then actually the Tinkerer, if we are taking just at 30% uptime on the overdogs, the Tinkerer can come up ahead. And the Centurion, of course, can be pretty... Wait, what happened there? So wait, what's wrong with the Centurion? How is this... Ew, it's measured as breaking Centurion. Shit. Yeah, I'll do that. The rate of fire calculation needs to be in here as well. So what is the rate of fire calculation? I did not spot that, because I had measured the whole time on. That's why. Oh, that's 6. Wait. So wait, how much is it at? Uh, 20% rate of fire, right? Why are we doing it so complexly? Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. So no, we need to do it here. So this is just plus 20. So for Centurion is 10 plus 20. At least I'm getting good at spotting these live. It doesn't actually make it into the video. Times whatever's in this field. 801. Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, let's redo that. We're kind of in the last leg of it as well. Could try to edit it in, but let's just do the new, because also, yeah, that error will be there the whole time otherwise. Oh yeah, so overdogs goes back to 100. Let's go. And we'll come here to the last multi-calculator where we're especially looking at exotic gear. Of course, looked at the weapons up there, and here we'll look at what the choices can be that we can put in here. We have overdogs here as the first one, and then actually at a full 100% uptime on it, just as a 30% in the calculation. But that's of course not how it will actually work out in a lot of places. In some places, though, it can have a really high uptime, as actually we'll be going into the Krampus the bounties in a second. And in the Krampus bounties, for the gameplay section, everything will be bonused with the exception of Krampus, who's a tank. Everybody else is either Rusher, Assault, or Grenadier. They'll be always active. So they're actually, the waves before will actually have really high uptime as long as we haven't aggroed anything outside of that area. Then we have the Coyote here at 15 to 25 and 0 to 15. And then actually we're setting up the crit a little bit differently to be beneficial to go with that 15 to 25 as being the optimal for it. We also have Tinkerer, and with Tinkerer, that one has here currently already everything has measured on. The left column is for all of the builds, and then the right column is for all of the builds, excluding that Tinkerer. And then the Tinkerer, yeah, always has its measured on, just for purposes of this calculation sheet. It's a little bit easier to do it this way. It always has measured on, and then it can bring in a second talent alongside of it, and that'll be its column. Here, it only has measured, well, everything has measured. So it is effectively as if we have measured, and its second talent is, let's say, something like Preservation, which can still, of course, be very powerful. It can give us some decent healing, that together with Gunner's healing, and maybe even, for instance, taking an Obliterate Palisade, and suddenly you have, well, 30 to 40% armor on kill effectively per kill. If you get it with a headshot, 30% with a body shot, 40% with a headshot. That can be very strong, of course, as well. The Palisade would also cost us a little bit. We're not including that here. Here we have also the Exodus and the Nimble, and the Exodus and the Nimble are here included for two reasons. First of all, of course, Exodus and Nimble are pretty decent, but their talents don't add anything to the damage. But effectively as well, what they are is if we set the overdogs to 0% uptime, so when it is basically inactive, we're effectively doing the same damage at that point as the Nimble and the Exodus are, because that's how the talents will work out. Those talents are going towards some healing and some survivability in the case of the Exodus. The overdogs, when it's inactive, it's basically 0%. And because of that, it's the same number because the stats are the same. It's weapon damage, crit chance, crit damage on all three of those. And we can use that as well as just kind of a benchmark point between the 0 and the 100% of the overdogs. If we put the overdogs back for one last one there, we see the Centurion. The Centurion actually on the weapon damage rate of fire side is really, really powerful. And even with the overdogs at 100% uptime, it is getting the closest of all. And that is pretty strong. But of course, there is some downsides to it. We have to, at the very least, swap off and swap back to get it to trigger. In that time, we're losing a little bit of our stacks. Now, with the swap speed that we get from the weapon handling, especially at higher stacks, we'll make it so that it's decent. But also, for instance, on the mag size of things, where we get the reload, because that's actually the nice side. When we're swapping to the magazine side, of course, we get a free reload alongside of it. You would think that that might be nice, but honestly, swapping off and back is already losing you some stacks. Not that many more than you would lose just reloading the damn weapon. But of course, because we're giving up effectively when we're just going into the magazine size and the reload, we aren't getting that much into the burst. We're getting our sustain is still doing decently fine, but our burst end is actually dropping a lot on that end. And that's the reason why I try to mostly keep it on the rate of fire and weapon damage end. That 20% rate of fire is really strong. Here, putting the overdogs actually at like 50%, so half uptime, we see that it is still quite a bit ahead of most things, where here now the Centurion has pulled ahead. But that Centurion, of course, requires some action and some kind of micromanaging. You will need to swap off, swap back, trigger the talent. And if you don't, then it is, of course, basically even worse than the Exodus and the Nimble, because it has one weapon handling stat. So you lose a little bit of crit, meaning that it's even below the Exodus if it is completely inactive or you've basically exceeded its duration. So you have to watch out for that. If you're using the Nimble, if you're using the Centurion's holster, especially that weapon damage rate of fire side is the side I would try to go for. But of course, also that rate of fire will eat into our rate of fire, or in our firing time a little bit. It isn't too meaningful here because yeah, it takes it down to around 14 seconds against that 15 or 17 seconds that we normally would have. With the classic M60, it is still well doable. It is definitely a choice, but you have to have the uptime there. I've seen people run this and basically forget to swap and just do it once before a fight and then basically run out. If you're playing it like that, yeah, you're not getting the uptime on it either. And the reason why we go with overdogs is, yeah, not much can compete on it, even if it is, half up. Even if we take this to, let's say, 33%, a third uptime. Now, still, most of the things are not reaching it, especially things like Coyote and such, which used to be our go-tos. Even in the optimal range of it, it is reaching closer, but it isn't there yet. That's why the overdogs gets picked as much as it does. One thing we can do at this point, though, is bring in a second talent for the Tinkerer, especially compared to overdogs with the Tinkerer. Because here we just have measured for it, but all of these builds have measured on, so that second talent isn't included here yet with the Tinkerer. Let's actually add in Ranger, which is here set as a 28-meter Ranger, which will get us a 14% separate multiplier into the mix. Now, 28 meters is pretty long, but just because we have 40 meters of optimal range available for us, we should set up, if we're running this a little bit further than we normally would, with the accuracy that we get from the weapon handling and such, we should still be fine. When we toggle this on, we see actually that around this point is where, for instance, the Tinkerer plus measured and Ranger together at that 20 meters does actually exceed the overdogs, but the overdogs is here a third active, of course. If we set it back to 100%, or when basically it is active, yeah, we're still dropping way behind. But that Tinkerer is quite a bit ahead of, for instance, the Coyote here as well. Now, of course, there is another big talent. We've discussed Measured, we've discussed Killer, we've discussed Ranger and Streamline. But Frenzy. Frenzy is a tool onto its own. It is one of the biggest talents that we can have. It is, of course, a little bit annoying to get going because you have to unload a full magazine. Here also a much larger magazine. For instance, with a weapon that we're unloading in 17 seconds, it can take a while to get to that point. But there are some ways around it sometimes. Now, especially with seasons when there is ammo hoarders, there is some trickery where you can do there, which we don't have here in this season because it's pistolero. But you can start to reload, swap off of the weapon. When you're reloading a weapon with ammo hoarders, it drops the entire magazine. If you don't complete the reload, of course, it's now empty. If you swap back and do the full reload, it was a reload from empty. So there are ways, for instance, to trigger that. Not per se in this season. And in this season, it can be painful to actually reach the point of that. But that can work out, for instance, with when we're going with the Tinkerer, because if we take, for instance, with the Tinkerer, the Frenzy as the second, what we can have is that measured up, we're a little bit behind when we don't have, while we don't have Frenzy active. We'll eventually reach Frenzy, and when we hit Frenzy, yeah, that Tinkerer, of course, when we're taking Frenzy alongside of it, is a lot ahead. But of course, nothing is stopping any of these other builds from having Frenzy there, and that's the real way we should kind of look at it, is having them have Frenzy and then the Tinkerer having Measured plus Frenzy. Now, in the case of Frenzy, once it comes in, it feeds a lot into the rate of fire, it feeds a lot into the weapon damage, that is the stats that it goes into. And we see actually that, yeah, some builds are pulling up a little bit more ahead than others because it's also competing with the Centurion's rate of fire and its weapon damage, feeding into the same stats that it is. Actually, the Centurion falls a little bit behind when that happens. Now, not by a lot, of course, because also once Frenzy's up, stuff is going to just melt. We are eating into our firing time quite a bit, and we're actually, we're now, of course, going to be landing quite a lot shorter on that firing time, but that's still fine. We're still over the 10 seconds. Frenzy definitely is one of the go-tos, and for me, definitely with Tinkerer is the place where I use it the most. Because with Tinkerer, we can have Measured as kind of our baseline talent. We are giving up a little bit of damage, but then when Frenzy comes in, then the party starts. And that's been my two go-tos especially. So we do go Overdogs for general play. If the Overdogs I feel won't work out, I generally go with the Tinkerer for myself. If I'm in a team and nobody's running Coyote, and I should have been doing that in the last section when we were doing that retaliation, I should have actually been on a Coyote myself. But I didn't realize till much later that that was also an option. We went back to the Overdogs just quickly. One other thing as well, as actually the last section kind of showed, when we're going, for instance, with the blue screen or the Pahan, yeah, we can't really go Centurion. That weapon swap really interferes, especially with the Pahan. The talent is when we swap off of it, any stacks we had, we drop those. Same, for instance, with any marks we have for the blue screen, when we swap off of it and back, all of those marks will be lost. So, and all of the stacks as well alongside of it. So the Centurion, definitely much more for the high ends. And yeah, definitely Nimble and Exodus can be choices here and there as well. Bloody should also be considered. It is a little bit less than, for instance, Overdog. It will be ahead of Tinkerer plus, with Measured plus Ranger, actually, it will be ahead of that. But of course, the triggering of that is not per se on this build. It isn't in line with this build too much. Let's actually now take this into some combat and kind of look at some of the different exotics, as we'll take some Tinkerer and also some Centurion into some gameplay. Yeah. Yappity yap. 11. Way longer than I intended there. Yeah. Let's already start getting set up. If people are interested in, although especially a Dog and Phaedrus, I'll give you guys, if you guys are still around, first dip, first pick. If you're interested in joining.
Another agent has joined your group.
Joining indeed. And I'll give Phaedrus a minute. They're around. Because also I totally understand if I took way too long. And you had better things to do with your life. Do we have anybody else there that wanted to join us earlier? No, right? I'm not forgetting anybody, right? because I would feel bad. Wait, who was with us here? Actually, I'm too much stuff in my brain. Oh yeah, so okay. And then yeah, if anybody else wants to join us, especially as well if and yeah, we'll go and do a quick Krampusnacht. We'll likely do 2. We'll just cycle around twice. But yeah, if anybody wants to join us for one of those, and also yeah, of course, to be in the recording and stuff. Do we have one crossbow? One thing I could do is I could take it as well, but somebody else, especially just to also like show or discuss it when it happens. Oh, there you go for now. Yeah, let's jump onto that because a Krampus laugh already as well. Yeah, videos if you have the option. But also, yeah, want the Krampus loot here. Sorry to just weaken for now. Ooh. Yeah. Be suppressed. Yeah. Oh yeah, Moonzer, if you wanna. Okay, Melon, we'll take Moon, who was first. Just go with first come, first serve. But yeah, feel free to join back in.
Another agent has joined your group.
Target is near you, Agent.
I'm Tinker, right? Yeah. No, I'm right. I'm right. One thing we should do is actually clear out the public. Or will it? Actually, if we're going through here, don't I get aggro then? Well, actually, for this, yeah, it doesn't really matter. Oh yeah, if you give me 1 second to, yeah, I'll get started here. And here we'll take actually the Centurion with these weapons into a Krampus. And this is of course a long engagement where this kind of works out well. Now of course a Chest Striker works out really well here as are a lot of enemies to stack up on. But this as well will work out. So I'm trying to keep especially the one side of the Centurion on these weapons, or on the weapon, as I especially want the, of course, the rate of fire side, and that side of course has the damage, which is actually that side. So we can always swap to the pistol to make that a reality, so it comes onto the weapon. So if it's on the wrong weapon, we basically use that to get it going. And of course we can use the free reload from that system as well. But we have to just watch out that we use it, that we actually trigger it, because that of course is always the thing that will hurt us the most. Now I want this like this, and then another swap, and this gives me the rate of fire. There's always a little bit awkward. I do feel if I run it for a little bit, I'll get good at it. Basically, that's the. If I run it for several hours, maybe a day or two, then I get used to it. to which one is which one. Yeah, right now around a little bit, paying way too much attention to trying to keep the buff up and not per se actually making damage happen. That is to me always the thing with the Centurion. I definitely understand. Yeah, if I ran it more, maybe I would have a much better time with it. But I found myself kind of struggling with the item a little bit. Now, in this case, actually, as we discussed, and we'll run that last, is, yeah, we can run overdogs. And actually, in these fights, overdogs for this bounty, it's going to be very much the go-to. Let's try to not all die. I'm going to go over there and try to prevent this guy from actually overrunning us. Okay, well, let's finish this one. I'm just gonna cut it there. Let's finish this one and then we'll cycle back in. Because also, like, I kind of lost the start of it. Also, I needed to cycle that correctly, and I didn't. Because now my brain doesn't want to do it now. There we go. Also, I might wait. Is this still double stacking? Is that what's going on there? Is that the? Oh, maybe it was. But yeah, let's finish this one and then we'll go in again. I have a few. So. But yeah, let's maybe or yeah, let's just go. Although this might not work out for us. We'll see. Because the easiest is going to be to pull him out, because here as well, if we kind of are just fighting him willy-nilly, it's going to be a mess.
Agent down. Serious trauma detected.
Add the poison.
Agent incapacitated.
Let's respawn back in.
Agent killed.
Yeah, we should just let's use tactics there. Let's not be a random team on the next one. Let's just pull him out and crossbow him and then deal with him outside. Now that'll be 1,000 times easier. We shouldn't just run in.
An agent needs assistance.
Get you back up. Ah, really, Kive? You suck. Also, don't forget that you can always respawn back in.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
But yeah, on the next one, let's pull him out, and then let's have the whoever has a crossbow just tap him once.
Agent down.
What's with this hive? Does it at least heal me now? Oh, I should have it.
That's your target.
An agent needs assistance.
Actually, we're totally not gonna use the Centurion here. No. I can't do that in this.
Vital signs critical.
We made this the biggest mess ever.
Agent out of action. Agent killed.
It's fine. But then the next one, let's drag him out and let's deal with him outside.
Agent down. Serious trauma detected. Agent down.
I should never get decoy.
signs critical.
I'm so used to the damage on the striker here.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Yeah, let's go get set up on the start again. And also, yeah, if you guys can give me a second at this, just to quickly intro the build, and then there we go. It was a little bit too fast. And yeah, on this on the boss fight, let's drag him out. Let's drag him out onto that balcony, and then because we do have a crossbow, right? Available. Yeah, just try to crossbow him in the chest. And that'll be good enough. Oh, you guys going that way? Is that can't be faster, right? Also, if you guys are running overdogs, you kind of want to clear out whatever's outside here. Actually, that might be handy to do, actually, so that the overdogs are active. Unless you're not in combat with anything out there. But also we need to be further out still even, right? Or is there a place here where we can start a bounty? Let's clear these out.
What's that?
If nothing else, I'm in combat now with them. Oh. Yeah, it's fine.
Armor's failing.
I can bring him back.
Fucking Centurion.
That should do it.
His work.
You don't scare me.
How is that?
Serious trauma detected.
It's gonna respawn here.
Agent incapacitated. Agent vital signs 0.
Is this because they sometimes the pistol just doesn't count, or is it? I haven't tried it with the thingy. Is thingy bugging it out? The quick step? Because it just keeps putting like, yeah, so that if I go here and I go here, that should be that one. Now yes. Why does the max size stay? Wasn't this fixed? It's fine. Did they break the oh, god damn it. We don't even use it at all. That's what's going on. It's breaking. Well, fuck you then. How did they break that again? Somebody's actually in combat with something. Because I can mind, yeah, although we'll get far enough away. Mind that, yeah, if you're in combat without something else, Overdogs is not going to be active, most likely. Yeah, let's put this. Jolly, indeed.
Target is near you, Agent.
Yeah, give me 1 second to intro it, and we just run in and blast. Let's actually go put that into practice. We'll take the Tinkerer here, Measured and Frenzy. That combo we were talking about a second ago. We'll make that work. Now, of course, in the case of when we are running ourselves here with the Tinkerer, we only want to use our main weapon. Our secondary is effectively useless because the Tinkerer only works in one direction. Now, while I won't have too much damage on until the Frenzy comes in, and the Frenzy, of course, takes a while to come in, it'll be fine after, because of this, of course, where we do get Frenzy, we do get the bonuses, and once we get going on Frenzy, it is unmatchable. Now, one thing we can even do is I want to keep that Frenzy. Now, as we discussed, we don't want to use our secondary, but for instance, there was just one enemy left. I can use it. I do, of course, forgo effectively the bonuses from the Tinkerer and such, but I can still do enough damage to kill a purple, and I'm saving that main weapon at empty, at its Frenzy, for the next room. So if we have to, we can do tricks like that. Now, we have already aggroed the next room. Now, one of the things you can use as well is a cooler. Now, the thing is, actually, I prefer mostly using my pistol, as the cooler actually isn't suppressed, even though you would think it is. It's shooting water. How can that make that much noise? Turns out it will aggro stuff. The pistol, though, yeah, with its suppressed pistol, it won't. Now, in this case, we have already aggroed them, but as you can see, I can kind of like fire like this, and I'm already building up stacks. Of course, we had the reload there, but yeah, if we start from nothing, and we just need one shot every second, and we can build up stacks. And yeah, I'm not per se going to build up to full, but I'm going to hit that, have a few stacks going to Frenzy. Of course, Frenzy will make it so that I unload quite a bit faster as well. The revive heal will cost us a little bit, but... And yeah, the dangerous targets here are especially the rushers. And we go into our next Frenzy. And while we're in this state, of course, yeah, we're doing a ton of damage. We also have a likelihood of suppressing, which, well, not per se too handy for my allies. Yeah, it is quite handy for me. I'm actually gonna empty it all the way out, swap off of it again, have it ready on empty for the next fight. We're gonna pull out the Krampus here in a second and try to take Krampus basically by himself with a few rushers and such, and then go from there. Now with our hives reset and everything from that supercharge, we'll have it. And because Krampus is a heavy, he of course will, yeah, he takes heavy damage from a crossbow. Let's pull some. And if you go and shoot him in his dumb backside, interest, then that'll drag him out. And let's hold out here and then just fight him out here. So let's not go into the room to fight him. That's it. We just basically drag him out. I did that a little bit too early there on the frenzy. That's why I'm just gonna start firing, pre-firing effectively. Here especially, yeah. If we can get a crossbow to the chest, that will weaken him heavily. And I can just backtrack. Second frenzy.
Target neutralized. Good work.
And here with frenzy, with full stacks, we're doing pretty good. I'm gonna just sputter fire. Just keeping some stacks going. And yeah, let's push into the room. Into the next frenzy. While I'm losing a few stacks on the reload there, I'm still doing fine. And we can kind of roll from one frenzy into the next, of course. Tempting for 9 works a little bit better, actually, I would say overall, for when it comes to the frenzy part of it. Because from a firing time perspective, that works out a little bit faster, and yeah, it does unload just for the first time a little bit faster. That would be the one place where, yeah, I would forgo going the classic M60 actually and go with, for instance, a different weapon. And then there's another reset on the hives, and also an overcharged, but I'll use that hive right away. Just to keep shooting. Yeah, there we go. Let's go get our loot, and actually we'll set up for another run. And on that one, yeah, we'll take it actually with the Centurion. Actually, yeah, let's try to do the Centurion. I'll just make sure I don't bug it out. Let's see. And yeah, have a good dinner there, Funky. And yeah. Merry Christmas. Merry Santa Puns. Let's go with the Centurion now. So wait, I'll just try to not break it. So, huh? Huh. Okay. Don't break. I'll leave that lid up there. Oh, back.
Seek and just
Ah. Compasses. Well, then it's gonna. I'll append the solo section to it. I think afterwards.
More of you to kill.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent down.
Yeah. Oh, I also selling.
Target is nearby.
Oh yeah, let's just set up for it. Yeah, let's just get going. Let's finish this off. And here we'll take the Centurion and try to keep some uptime on it. We'll keep it with the M60 there. One thing with this M60 as well is actually the firing time is of course longer than that 12 seconds. So even in the magazine we have to watch out for that. Yeah, I'm gonna swap off, swap back, get the rate of fire bonus, and just start our firing. As with most cases, yeah, I'm gonna try to find some tall cover and try to get some stacks going. Actually, seeing as we reach the end of the mag, even with the that's still break. Why is it? Why are you like this, Centurion? Why do you make me delete you off of everything? There's a reason we didn't. So wait, Centurion is just fully breaking again then, because I had rate of fire and the max size there. The fuck's wrong with it? Stop breaking stuff that was working before. Did I say at the end of the other one that I'm gonna run Centurion? I did, didn't I? God damn it. Because yeah, I'm gonna cut that on that. Oh wait, let's try to get it going without breaking it at all, but let's reset here because here it obviously broke. Let's fast travel away and then reset the bounty. Let's fail the bounty and reset it, then come back.
I'd rather be guarding than fighting.
Hostiles guarding location nearby. Rogue agent detected.
And on top. Wait, where? Oh, it's gonna be at the food over there. We can avoid them.
I'd
Civilians
rather be
in
guarding than
distress.
fighting.
Okay, so go fully away. Okay, so that's that weapon. That's that weapon. Okay. Now then. Centurion. Pistol. Main talent. Second talent. Yeah, why can't you be like that the whole time? Well, the thing is, yeah, I'm also swapping to pistol, but just force of habit. Or I shouldn't use quick step. Is the thing.
Hostage health is critical.
So we're gonna avoid these. Watch out, the bounty isn't active yet. Or someone's in it. Yeah, let's round this out, and then we can.
Hostage is dead.
I think you're inside of it, Spoon. If you step back a little bit, but that's not loading.
Target is near you, Agent.
Yeah, let's just go for the Banny. Although, well, we need to clear this out. You guys are already in overdose, right? Or doesn't matter for you. Yeah. And let's actually take that Centurion into some combat here. We had some minor issues with it because sometimes, apparently, I wasn't aware of this, that the Centurion can break again. For the longest of time, that was the case. It was nice for a while that it didn't, but now it does it again. With the 12 seconds of the Centurion after a swap there, that 12 seconds is actually shorter than my firing time of the LMG, even when we are adding that 20% rate of fire into the mix. It does mean here that actually I need to watch out for it and use it, make sure that I use it, even swap before I'm even empty. So I can't just wait for a reload to happen for that to happen. No, it needs to be before that even. I'm gonna uninstall the game. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cut. Can I cut out that I said Centurion here? Is that a possibility? Is it clean enough that I can do that? Also, could you remove from the healing hive the effect? Like that's super annoying actually, especially with footage that's gonna be actually really annoying. So if you're okay removing the sparkles. Because yeah, that's not so don't mind alien, but it's being so distracting as it is kind of annoying. Can I remove 3? That would be an option. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm just quickly checking here something. Yeah. There we go. Let's go get our loot. And actually we'll set up for another run. And on that one, yeah. Yeah, let's go back to Overdax. F Centurion, if you don't want to work, then you don't work. Oh yeah, we need to reset again to start, if you guys are okay with that. So we need to fast travel away again. Or is it... Well, I think it's faster. Or just get far enough away. I don't know how far you need to get off of this bounty to get outside of it, but yeah, just to despawn it. And yeah, sorry for the clunkiness here, but yeah, also fucking Centurion. Why are you like this?
Enemy.
I think it's also quick step. Like quick step is fucking me up because I want to swap to the quick step now. Like that's now ingrained into me. Did that? No. Oh.
Agent down.
Maybe it's best to just respawn onto me or something, Spoon. I'm not sure. Hope I'm far enough, actually.
How long have I been out here?
Okay. Yeah. Just for that, I'm not gonna.
Near you.
Let's go to these guys because yeah, I'm running over the XT, so I want misses.
Hostile control point nearby.
How long have I been out here?
There we go. Okay, so we give up on the Centurion. I'm not going to try to make it work. We'll just do another Overdog section here. And for this one, we'll just take Overdogs, as we discussed, with this bounty, at least once we have eliminated this Krampus left, because we should. Most of the enemies within this bounty will be active effectively all the time. There is all of the enemies, they're all going to be tier 3 with the exception of Krampus. So we just have to deal with Krampus, but also we do have to deal with enemies outside. So we have actually cleared out some activity here, outside here, just to have those enemies despawn, because of course Overdogs is any enemy that is in combat with us. Now in this case it wouldn't per se matter because all of these are tier 3, but yeah, it can for instance get in the way of some other things, especially if you want to do for instance Krampus last, but that's not what we're going to do. We're going to pull them out again. And yeah, let's go get set up here. And of course, in a place like this, where there's a very high uptime on Overdogs, it really makes it shine. This would be maybe even the poster child for the Overdogs, effectively. And yeah, here doing pretty good damage. When I am at full stacks, we do actually tear through enemies. Or even for a little bit of my reload, the enemy was suppressed, so we actually didn't lose all the stacks we would normally lose with a reload. But of course, here, while looting up and stuff, yeah, I'm going to lose all my stacks. That's a given. Let's move on up here. One thing we can do as well is, so I'm throwing the Overdogs. This weapon we can also use. Of course, I can actually pre-fire, for instance, with this weapon and unload. Here, I wouldn't want to do it because I'll just aggro everything. I'll just deal with getting some stacks out here. And we'll go for the assaults first. I'm gonna pull back a little bit. And yeah, well, especially the rushers are the very dangerous parts here. So yeah, we are gonna try to get them first. Now for this fight, yeah, strikers, chest strikers were set overall the best because yeah, you can get those stacks going. But this is definitely not a poor choice. And yeah, as we saw from its numbers, it can output more than enough to be worthwhile here. Here again, as well, we don't have the modifier on because the modifier can add a decent amount of damage if we just have the passives on, of course. Here as well, all of these enemies are named, so none of them will actually have hostile modifiers. The way that they are set up for this season, that means that you don't get hostile modifiers on named, so we would have no downsides and only really upsides, so just 30% more weapon damage. But just to kind of show it here with that. Most of the time here, I am running a graded weapon. This classic M60 I have tied to this build is very much an graded weapon. Yeah, let's try to pull them out again.
An agent needs assistance.
Especially Krampus, if we can just drag him outside here, which he does quite often. He can be crossbowed and he can be very quickly eliminated. I'm actually gonna try to not spread that foam too early because it would spread to Krampus inside. And even without that, we can just tear through him. There's, of course, yeah, for instance, for Chest Striker, it is very beneficial to be getting stacks there. Here, yeah, it doesn't matter per se for me from a firing perspective. Because, yeah, here and there as well, I'm intermittently firing. It's basically checking in that second if we fire. So actually, sometimes here and there, firing just a little bit buys you a second. Also, sometimes that second actually seems to be 2 seconds, maybe. The continuous fire, though, definitely for some fights here, where, yeah, it would be beneficial to kind of relocate here and there. It hurts a little bit. We have a suppressed enemy, so I can reload. And then start shooting again. Suppressed enemy again. I'm going to actually reload in that time. And while they are suppressed, I'm free to move. And I'm just going to relocate to a point where I can actually hit them. We have... our back is a little bit exposed. And yeah, we should go and deal with this. It is a bounty, so actually, yeah, when we die... it is possible to respawn and come back in. Should watch out, especially if the for the completion here, because if they weren't back for it then, but they were just barely, you don't get the completion. So sometimes it is handy to just state, but they are not so much. But here we saw kind of the firepower of it on a part that actually can hurt a little bit. These fights with lesser teams can be painful, especially on 4-man scaling, because there is a lot of armor and health on display. Now, for these fights as well, yeah, we could even consider going DTA because there is inordinately large amounts of armor. Also, actually, well, against Krampus himself, actually, what I should have done is gone with this DTH weapon, but the Ranger talent on it wouldn't have worked out. But I could have swapped this, for instance, with Tinkerer to my main stack and then have that be, you know, have it Ranger plus measured and then have the health damage come in. Because, of course, on him, it will be health. But there we saw it plenty in action. Let's go to the conclusion. Well, we'll ran this one. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah. I'm gonna go and do a conclusion there, but yeah, thanks guys for the help there. As definitely appreciated.
An agent has left your
I'm just actually because I'm gonna conclude it here. So if you guys indeed can
You are no longer in a group.
vacate, but yeah, thank you guys for the help there. And it was annoying that Centurion. Yeah, sorry for having to reset a few times. So when did they... was that the start of this season then? Because I used Centurion like last season. We didn't include it in any of the end-up looks like more recently, so... Let me catch up here for a second. The chest scores and these is hard for detecting. Oh, yeah, well worth messing around with. That's my go-to as well. Of course, I'll and yeah, thanks pages, yeah, and indeed always happy to have you guys around. Yeah, thanks for the help there as well. As we got it done pretty cleanly. Yeah, let's load up on in on that one. Oh, that's this. This is the what we'll do. So I will take this, yeah, like that. Why did the invite not show up? Fuck. All right. Do it like this.
Another
So I'm just kind of background. That's all I want.
group.
A different angle we want to take. Just here. I know. Let's give it the conclusion. How long was that actually? Because this is the first one, right? And then yeah, I just cut it out where I say Centurion because we can actually. And for this one, we'll just take Darren and see your talent on it wouldn't. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. Why did it spawn in over there? Oh, let's set this real quick. Where are you? Trying to find caroling. Oh, actually, on that one, it doesn't. I need to set the one I want on here, actually. What is the one here? Also caroling. Yeah, we go Zen. Because actually I need to set it here. This is the viewpoint that's gonna get the 25 minute. Yeah. Where is it? I blanked. Should be one of the ones that's already selected. Oh, here. Yeah. Okay, let's find the angle here. Also, let's already set up the camera. Yeah, I kind of like that. Okay. Like that layout. Yeah, just a little Krampus in the corner. Yeah. Oh, this is a 7 charge. Can I swap you? No. Can I? Can I swap? No. It's always an annoying one with that. That does fix it to tree, right? Yeah. That's fine. Oh no. Damn it. Yeah, that'll be easiest. Let's just do that.
medical assistance needed.
Oh, is that character in combat soon? I don't
Agent
think
out
they
of
are.
action. Agent deceased.
Sometimes the downside of overcharges on red types. Because I don't want that distraction there. Yeah, so if this had already, okay. So yeah, let's do a conclusion. That's a weird looking tipping. 11. Yeah. Also, could you be holding that? Thank you. And to conclude this build showcase into tipping skills. Tipping skills has, from its inception last season, has been one of my go-to builds to just grab as a different red build. A lot of builds fit that, as for instance, Umbra quite often gets grabbed by me just to run something different than Striker. And I feel that's honestly the big strength here as well, is it is a build that is competitive enough with especially Obliterate Striker to be ran, and it works out well enough in a lot of situations. Play-wise, it is a little bit different from Striker, but also not completely. You're still mostly just shooting to do its thing. Unlike, for instance, something like Coco, where, yeah, it has its benefits there, where you can, if you get the marks going and such, it works out a lot better than not, of course. Here, it is just mostly still dumb shooting. Although you want to keep shooting, that's the main thing, and especially suppressing enemies and then using that to freeze your stacks and then be able to reload or to maneuver and move around and get to where you need to be. Its playstyle just being that tiny... Why am I circling around 7 times? Let's try that again. Oh, good game. Game really wants me to be mad at it today. Yeah, that even persists in photo mode, doesn't it? No, at least in photo mode it doesn't. It's fine. Fuck it. I'm not gonna completely restart the game for that server restarting. And there you go. And yeah, Merry Christmas. I'm totally jolly. Oh yeah, it's just a game, man. Putting stuff there that I can't remove easily. God damn it. It's server restarting. It's not. Go away. It's fine. We'll just have that there. I might just blur that. I might just crop the game differently, actually. That's what I'll likely do. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. And to conclude this build showcase, Tipping Skills has definitely become one of my go-to builds. Mostly, to be honest, if I just want to run something else than Striker. It is substantially different enough from Striker that I feel I'm doing something else. At its core, it is still just shooting at the enemy, but at least we don't have to be hitting them, and there are some places where playing a little bit differently can work out. So for instance, stacking up with a pistol, for instance, in certain situations can work out before swapping out. And of course, talent-wise and such, we have different choices that we make here than some of the other builds. Especially, of course, LMGs having Frenzy, that is a super powerful talent, but nothing's, getting in the way of Striker running that either. Here though, especially as with most red builds, with the backpack being good and then preferably not going with the chest, we have a lot of options with exotics as well. And yeah, playing around with different exotics and trying to extract the most out of them, I enjoy that quite a bit. Tipping Skills is definitely one of those builds that I've, for instance, on second account as well, have at the ready, in that case, in my stash, so I can just pull it out if I want to mess around with it there. And for certain places, it can actually be really performative in missions and such, especially places that are predictable. You can, for instance, get some stacking going even before the enemies spawn and really hit them hard, even more so than, for instance, a Striker would be able to starting out in that fight. But of course, Chess Striker is in a league of its own. This doesn't get up to those levels, but also that's not per se needed. It is still more than enough for anything heroic, where here, for instance, as well, we're doing some of the stuff that was somewhat harder on the heroic end without the modifier and stuff even helping us out. And we weren't struggling really at all, and we were generally pulling our weight. Especially for LMGs, this has become one of my go-tos, and yeah, I like the classic M60 a lot with it, and that would be my go-to for it as well. We should also always consider playing around with the skills as the red build that it is, and here with LMGs where the shields isn't really an option, and I completely understand the idea of going to a shield as often as people do. I generally don't, I prefer other skills there, and this build opens up a lot of options there as well. I can wholeheartedly recommend tipping skills, and that's also why it is in the recommended build list. There's really only one variant I have in there, and here as well, we've mostly shown it as a full red. You could try to make other things out of it, and I have tried here and there. Honestly, I like it best in its full red form. In its full red form, though, then it is, to me as well, more relegated to running it in groups. As solo, I just tend to not run per se full red builds. But I could totally see, for instance, at the very least sticking 2 blue cores on this, or sticking a memento on here, as the memento by itself, just for its benefits, could fit in here and could, while it costs quite a lot, it is still doable. But yeah, to me, this is one of those quintessential red builds, and like Umbra, for instance, I like running that as well as a different thing to run than, just always being on Striker. And it performs well enough and just forces me into a different playstyle. And just the playstyle, just getting to do that thing, getting to make the build do its damage, that to me is enjoyable, just having something else to play with. But yeah, that brings us to the end of this build showcase here into our new friend, one of 2 actually, because in the recent seasons we have gotten 2 pretty good builds. One being the tipping skills that we covered here, and the other being concentrated company. That'll be the next in-depth look. We'll be also build showcasing it much later in the season. Following this video up will be several build collection updates, and I've actually decided that we're going to do it in a way that we did it last year as well. That was around the same time, around end of December, start of January, where instead of just showing the updates, we're going to go character per character and go build by build, and I'm just going to explain what the build is for, how hard it's kind of put together, and just general notes on it and such. I think that'll be a lot of fun, and also a lot of builds have changed since last year, so it behooves us to kind of give it a full run-through. Those will be following this one up together with the in-depth look into Coco, and then of course as well, for the modifier of the season, we'll have an only tip, so it'll be a busy upcoming few weeks. I hope you join me for those. If you did enjoy this video, do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out, so I'll do that little bit of shilling here. I hope to catch you in the future. And as always, have a good night. I like the just juxtaposition here between the Krampus and the Christmas. A little rambly, but it's high mic here. Okay, so what's the total there? Although we're gonna cut out like 10 seconds, but that's just like 10 seconds. 148, yeah. So that's about build showcase length, yeah. Yeah, let me pull it back here. Indeed. Goddamn servers restarting. Oh, yeah, in-depth look Coco, yeah. That's the next big in-depth look. Although likely, yeah, we'll have part 1 of the build collection updates thing. And then we'll go into that. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do a thing here that I always love doing, which is just kick.
You are no longer in a group.
Yeah, I kicked myself. I don't know why I enjoy it that much, but I do. just Johnny Cash style. Just I kicked myself today.
Bathroom screening is mandatory. Please remove
Just
all
because I could.
electronic devices when entering.
Yeah. Let's. Oh, I've evaded the Krampuslauf.
Selection in the district.
Let's. How many keys do I have now? No, we're over 100 as well there. Just by doing some of those. You know what? I'm up for going a little bit longer. I wouldn't mind actually getting some of the little bit of frustration out that I had there on the goddamn or whatever it was called. What was it called? Centurion, not wanting to do the thing that I wanted it to do. But that's odd as well, so I don't think anybody brought up that Centurion is broken again. Like, how did that, when did that happen? How did that happen? Oh, how did that happen? And, oh, and thank you so much, Danny, for gifting 20 subs there. Sure, everybody that got one there will also be very appreciative, but also, yeah, know that I'm very much thank you for your kindness there, and oh yeah, glad to know you like my silliness enough to waste damage at me. But yeah, Merry Christmas and happy holidays and yeah, and thank you so much, and thank you for the kind words on top of it as well. You're gonna make me blush, but yeah, you know what? Let's go and let's just go do quickly these 3 missions. I feel that'll cheer me up. Let's go shoot those gun-toting assholes. If anybody's interested in doing parts of that weekly and wants to join up for some, I don't mind the company. We'll likely do it mostly.
Good to see you.
Although actually, oh yeah, the 5 times is still on, but we'll likely just take a few directives, but nothing too much. I'm gonna run some Cocoa. Oh wait, did I? That guy's just being Santa near the tree. Did I? Okay, yeah, let's take a graded. You know what? Let's go take graded on both. I'll take a graded that and a graded that. We got to put the Bahan and stuff back in the stash, but that'll be fun.
Another agent has joined your group.
Oh, actually, Tiny joining. And if anybody's up for those 3 missions, because yeah, we'll go do thingy, and just the basic versions. Federal, Potomac, and Roosevelt. Just heroic, normal variant. And either epic, and yeah, Merry Christmas as well. Indeed, a huge Christmas cheer indeed. And I thank you all as well, all the people that have been very, very kind today and yesterday as well. As I think we got like, yeah. You guys definitely making it easy for me to buy all the apparel in the coming days. I'll say that.
Another agent is now in your group.
Okay, the wrong character. Oh, yeah, the character is set to normal, but we'll just set these to heroic. Yeah, let's take the modifier and stuff as well, because why not? This is just a normal version. Let's maybe take these 3. Let's not take special ammo. Or pistolero. No need, right? And we just... but if anybody is up for it, let me know. Feel free to join. Let's get going, and if we
need to find out what happened to the team that went to try to repair.
we have no
the shade
takers,
route.
then we'll
The federal shelter should be
match make it
beneath your
up.
current position. Find a way down there, but proceed with caution.
And congrats there, Cancel. At least I'm hoping you're happy about it, or are you are you mad? Just I got an eagle bearer. Now I have to use it. But yeah, enjoy. Definitely. It's not the best gun that used to have a heyday at some point, but that's years ago. It's definitely not a bad gun though. It's well worth messing about with, if nothing else. And also, of course, for the fact of the rare item that it is. Oh well, rarer. Oh, my first go best one. You guys said nice. Actually, yeah, for solo, especially for solo, actually, yeah, I could see Coco being one to go with. And again, if anybody wants to join us, let me know. Otherwise, we'll make it up in a sec. I might for Roosevelt just go Eclipsing. Although now I just realized we're two Krampuses.
Hiding from us was at Roosevelt Island.
That makes that elevator very
Back and fucked over.
cram.
Should have
Just-
stayed on the island with us.
Da-da-da-da-da-da. Going from tipping skills to Coco. Quite the night and day. Although, well, tipping skill definitely had full damage, especially because also it's layup into... It's layup into its handling and stuff. Although, of course, this has the handling basically always on. Wait, what?
Human remains detected.
Is that
Identified
top
as division agents.
There's no way the outcasts could have taken out an entire squad in a fair fight. It's not possible.
Actually, I can imagine. You're just like, where are these damages taken right there? Yeah.
Online
I always feel
computer
bad as well if
detected.
anybody's like named Mike when the server's
Computer
down.
to sync Isaac with their comms system.
Everybody's just yelling at Mike the whole
Get a 20
time.
on our team. If they're
Now you know how
patient,
that
answer.
feels. It's a Christmas cheese ball uniquely an American
me?
thing?
This is Manny Ortega with the division.
I'm
Manny, thank
not sure if
God.
it's uniquely American,
I'm
but
almost left on our team.
I'm not
Couldn't get
aware
the
of
note
a
back
cheese ball.
online. I salvaged some equipment that will get the White House node connected to the national network, but before I can
I mean,
get back, those
Are
crazy
balls
fucks
made
showed
out
up.
of cheese?
You gotta get me out of here.
But I don't know what a actual like. uh Mr. Joke. Well, don't worry. It was just cramping our style. We were just crampusing our Actually, yeah, no, we should just, yeah, keep it to just cramping our style. I'm just gonna blow that up. Yeah, oftentimes gets shocked here. Oh, we're both running concentrated.
Are you ready for this? Next time.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's matchmake it. Might as well give some people some free completions, basically. Oh, you're the American cheese ball. Yeah.
That bitch can't hide forever.
You can't cramp my staff. You can Krampus my style, but not my...
An agent needs assistance.
Can't keep getting away with this. Well, turns out I can.
I think I'm safe for now, but please hurry.
Help is on the way, Maya. Sit tight and just try to stay calm.
Sit tight and wait for Krampus to save you. Or camera cook or just drone and source. No, everything will. You can actually, so one of the, especially if you're doing it at the range, as I've seen people do it at the range with like turret and drone, Oxy is actually really good for that. Oxy just continuously is just hitting the enemies.
Extreme heat signature. Sprinkler system detected.
If you
Well,
can
basically
turn the
anything that
sprinklers, you
deals
should be able to put out the
damage.
flames.
But especially, for instance, here they spawn from 2 doors. I could like Oxy both doors and try to like shoot them into it, but it's also a little overkill. I was gonna say, that doesn't feel like the last wave. On crackers was in ball form. Okay. I was about to say, why do you spread cheese on white guys? That's very not good. That one might be a bit too far. Yeah, I would have to see what kind of. Although the thing is, of course, like American cheese, I feel most, you know, most.
Another agent
These
has
guys
joined
getting
your group.
the freest run. But here it just gets classified more as like barely edible, I feel. And I did this. You know what? I'm gonna American cheese ball. It's also that Lenny Kravitz song, right? American cheese ball.
I'm safe for now.
Oh,
Don't
okay.
think they're gonna
Yeah.
stop coming after me. I don't know what I did to make
We
them
have
so
similar
mad.
things.
You have to stop them. They're coming. It's not.
I don't
safe.
think these specifically are on like something we have really over here, at least. But they're similar to some other stuff. Yeah, see, actually, I already set up there to do the cheese. My dumbass is actually like off on the side here. That's fine. One of the nice things with a drone, actually, as well, just having a drone at or turret, is just even with like fog of war, just that E is much easier to spot before the, well, you know, when the pulse isn't up, but you can very easily spot the E on the enemies and stuff. Does make it easy to kind of see where enemies are. And we have a traditions to maintain. This looks so weird with this name as well. Looks like a bird. Oh, hard to see the pillar. There as well, I'm going from modifiers off to modifiers on. That makes quite the difference as well.
Agent, we need you to stabilize Foggy Bottom.
Right here, Maya. Talk to Krampus.
If you hadn't have shown up when you did, I'll head
You've
back to
been.
the escort team around.
It's bad I don't have an infantry MG5 here, right? I would just pull it out and just put it in her face and go like, you've been naughty.
I'll send a team to assist Maya and retrieve the fallen for a proper burial.
Actually, let me recycle.
An agent is no longer in your group.
How much armor does this guy have? All of it. How much armor does this guy have? Yes. You know, you really need... Yeah, no. All of that as well. He's not even running a shield. Okay. Sounds very healthy. Yeah, next up, Potomac. Potomac. Hey, we're head to head there. This guy, if he wants to stay, he can. Actually, if anybody else wants to join us, let me know. Otherwise, we'll matchmake here as well. That was one way to start. Yeah, it could be also. I mean, it's a big ass country. Because yeah, over here that would be like similar to, you know, maybe some Dutch people and then like Swedish people. Like that could be the same distance as like East Coast, West Coast in difference. So, yeah, let's keep off Pistolero and the other one. Special ammo here as well will kind of suck otherwise. Yeah. Once we're all here, we'll get going. And the nice thing about Coco going into the next mission, and I still have some stacks. It's definitely the nice thing there.
What the hell?
Also, I think I would say maybe I should Coco in the end. He's now a little bit overtuned. Not by a lot, because Chest Striker still exists, but it competes way too well with Obliterate Striker in just this. Thing is though that, yeah, it can't be used for everything, because you wouldn't want to take it into Incursion. Makes sense. Like, this would suck in Incursion. Can't take it into many of the raid fights. But just for like random matchmaking, which is like a thing that a lot of people do, I feel Coco is definitely, honestly, maybe even higher than Obliterate Striker. But I wouldn't want to take it, for instance, yeah, in a Master or something.
Fall back! Get to the boats! Defend them at all costs!
A Legendary would be fine, but
Well, at least
Master,
now we know the strategist is home.
some of the Master fights, it just wouldn't work out. Oh yeah, let's matchmake again. And again, if somebody wants to join us, but you would have to beat that timer. Oh, we're doing this mission
Another
and
agent is now in your
that's
group.
quick. Oh, we're doing this mission and Roosevelt next. Just the weekly ones, just to kind of round out and actually play a little bit before I go to bed. And I'll get that video edited. I would edit it, I mean stitched together, because that's the editing level I'm at. Although yeah, I'll be doing it. Won't really change much, but yeah, I'm doing it on different software this time. Because I bought myself
I'm seeing a lot of hostiles by the docks. They're securing the boats.
Vegas
They must be waiting
Pro.
for the order to launch. If the strategist gets on one of those boats,
It's not
we'll lose
too
our
much of
chance
an
of bringing
upgrade
in.
anyway, but
Keep
I
moving.
used to
You're almost
like
there.
run on a software that's still, well, it's still being maintained and stuff, but it's not widely used, so there aren't many like videos on it and stuff. And it was on Humble Bundles. I was like, yeah, if I could. Let's see if that works out a little bit better, maybe. And here I'm basically the whole time at full stacks. I wonder if that is a Deep Space. Deep Space? I was about to say Deep Space 9. No, what was it? Space Channel 5? 9? Space Channel 5, right? Ooh la la. For some reason, we got into the discussion of like weird characters from a while ago with
Serious trauma
work one
detected.
time. And yeah, Ooh La La came up and like Parappa the Rapper and stuff like that. And just like, would be nice to get some like just silly stuff. Oh, Seaman. For if we're going really old school. Oh, I love it. That was Dreamcast as well. That was Ooh La La time span, but that's what it is. If you want, we can have you in the next one. We can reform for Roosevelt.
Do whatever it takes.
Yeah, oh yeah, actually, you just came in, of course. Yeah, earlier I was about to go on. We didn't have any takers, so I was like, likely either everybody's busy with 5 timing or just their staff.
Agent, hostiles are inbound on your position by the docks. Watch your 6.
No doubt we can get you in on
We need reinforcements on the
on
dock.
Roosevelt. We'll reform after this mission. Let's go get the box. I always forget as well that there is I should go get this in on when I'm on Eclipses, but yeah, there's a fire. There's a fire one there. I'm curious what this one is also running. They took like 7 minutes. Ooh. Yeah. Don't do this with your life. Whatever you do.
They're coming at me from all sides. I can't get.
Is it there are bad builds, then there are actually objectively wrong builds. That one is in the wrong category. That's not just a bad build, that's a wrong.
Damn it, Kelso. Okay, slight change of plans. With the boats out of commission, the target should still be inside. We have to make sure he doesn't slip past us.
But more for us. Vassal, yeah. Likely they were just matchmade for that already. Yeah. Although my editing is like, that's also the way that I record, but then that works out for my use cases as well. I'm gonna grab a pulse here. I don't need this anymore. I mostly just, record the whole segment and it just is a fade in between and that's it. Going from segment to segment.
Kill them and feed the burn pit.
Definitely if I like scripted my content and like fully, it's the way that you normally would, because I'm more than well aware of how to normally put together something like that, where you just go sentence by sentence and you just record the footage and then just, overlay voice. But that's also a lot of work. In my case, I much prefer the way I'm doing it. Because otherwise, I definitely couldn't. Laboratory as well, it would just eat up way too much time per thing. And while the quality of the thing per thing would be better, I'm kind of fine with the quality level that I'm at. You want to imprison you. Instead, I'll shoot you. Where are they exactly? Oh, they're back there. This might be shootable. No. I think somebody has a shot, but I've got a grenade.
Bring it!
Oh. So yeah, indeed, it was basically with the ninja bike,
Kelso,
4-piece.
capturing the strategist won't
Oh,
be
actually, it's even like
easy.
super
Finish the
wrong.
job, Agent.
The chest is striker. This isn't this isn't 3-piece. So they're giving up their chest challenges fully. Like, at least with the tipping skills there, then even then. I mean, there's a bajillion things wrong with that, with all the choices there. Like this is like a car that's on fire and then going like, that's spoiler on it. Oh, I'm much more, you know, I don't like wings on cars, so it's kind of like that, but still. Yeah. Yeah. But also, like, literally just at least take the chest talent from tipping. Like, if the tipping piece is there, you at least get that chest talent. It's not a good chest talent, but it's better than literally nothing. I don't want to shit too much on someone, though, but, you know, at 900 hours, that's close to 1,000 hours.
Gunfire? Agent, I didn't send reinforcements. You'll need to clear the building.
Don't want that much.
I'm not dead.
Although level 4,000 now means, you know,
Wait.
level 4,000 means they could have joined, like, I'm curious. Gonna walk very slowly.
My watch broke and I lost comms. Listen, I need you to cover me while I head for the balcony, then head down to the concert hall. Take it.
Thank God. Is Kelso all right?
They're just hiding. Surprised they didn't get murdered.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I'm just gonna do that. Until we find the guy, just call the next one. Yeah, if the guy's down, what you can do is just, yeah, trigger whoever's ready. And that just sends in the next one. I'm surprised I actually didn't die there. Although likely there were multiple ones with fire teams. That's also the thing with this one, like actually, yeah, those fire teams, when you kill one of them and get the 3% regen, that's pretty strong actually.
Keep them away from me! Whatever you do, don't let them into the concert hall!
This armor's done!
What is that? Having a build like that and then rushing is a choice. We'll be leaving them behind after this one. Yeah, no. I mean, I think there's a lot of people, you see this on Reddit and stuff as well, just like, oh, go you make your own build. Which, you know, in a lot of ways, sure, fine, right? Like, but it's always also wasted on people that are actually asking because, you know. Because what bothers me when they do that to people that are actually asking for, you know, input is just like, it's the same as saying, hey, how do I change the oil filter on my car? And it's just, yeah, just have fun. Just do whatever feels right, do that. Just like, no, how do I change the air filter or the oil filter on my car? Like, I need an actual answer. Like, so. Wait. Oh. Also, audio broken again. Oh yeah, audio is breaking a lot recently. Wait, does this guy have trauma? Yeah. That's also, this is just as bad. It's fine.
Fire detected.
All your weak points are belong to me.
Enemy near.
Look at you in your smug arrogance. You think you're better than us?
I just want two
You got the
pickups.
right to kill us? Huh? We've got the power of life and death now. We're going to use it.
How about that? Let's see what their contribution is.
I'll tell you everything.
I mean, Tiny, we'll reform after this one, so after this one, just we'll leave. I want to just see the completion.
That was some nice work, Agent.
Oh yeah, we'll get this into here.
Together was the only way we could have done that.
Because I made more money than expected, so I sold. Sorry, what? Oh, but that's like months ago, right? Or is that the new one? Did they do it again? Well, no, that wasn't. I think it was just they hadn't done their taxes correctly, effectively, when it came to that, so they had to redo it. That was the delay there. So throughout that entire mission. Because that's the thing, like that's the weird thing I feel with that is just like, how do people? Because you see this, like if I saw this, this isn't per se too great, but it's also like this damage number isn't true. Like I have the highest damage there. That's not true. That's who hit the most weak points. I did, and then the kills as well, most likely.
An agent has left your group.
Yeah, let's leave and reform. I don't want to kick him. Right. Let's just leave and reform. But if I saw that quite often, I was just like, how is other people ahead? And then you go like, oh wait, I can inspect people and go from there.
Nothing is going on here.
You know what? I'm gonna take this medic. And then, yeah, feel free to join back up if you're up for Roosevelt.
Another agent has.
I mean, I do want to kick him. I'm just not going to. The other one, like that guy was like 400 something, right? And yeah, this if you're wanting to join us, and if anybody else as well, we'll go Roosevelt. Well, I should go Eclipse as well for it, unless somebody else wants to. Not that Eclipse is needed there, but I just want it. Oh, maybe before that, shit. Because, I did swap characters though. Just to be sure. It'll take a minute.
This is worse than my
But
old
yeah, watch
job.
out for if you're doing the same thing I was with loot. We'll go to New York and back for a second. Just for that server. That was on the other character though, right? Yeah, just to be safe. Let's just be safe. It'll just take a minute. Let's go to New York and back just to be safe. For the server reset. That I changed character per se doesn't per se mean I changed server session. This should likely get us out of that session. I don't know if you want to join us. If you have your in-game name for me, I can invite you, and we still have a spot. So it's also part of the weekly. Basically we're doing the missions of the weekly. Oh, look at this guy. Exactly. That's also usually, like, I've started here as well in most games. I will just look at what other people are running and just go like, yeah. Hey, we copy until we understand why that works, and if it works. Oh, that we're going to get pulled in a second. Okay. Yeah, we'll get you in here. I know the ship is at Roosevelt. Double loading screen. I invaded. God damn it. There, just Roosevelt. Oh yeah, let's invite you in. And I'm gonna go Clipson for.
Another agent is now
I don't have fire clips here. This is one character that doesn't have just full fire clips. It only has protect from clips. You know what, I'm gonna go refire Thor. Rolls off the tank. I should have this if you wanna run it. I'll leave it up to you. I mean, it's not per se needed here, it's just more it is a good mission for it. I'll go back to cocoing my Chanel. But I need if you wanna go for it. We'll take the same 3 we took for the other ones, just to be lazy. Oh no, where's Rennie? Ah. That fire cam was still on cooldown, of course. I'm just gonna take it.
Taking down the outcast stronghold and neutralizing their leader, Emmeline Shaw, will do serious damage to the faction. Also, Henry has intel that a mechanical engineer from the campus.
Oh, the last room is also like
recently, so
for me as well, just mostly reactive.
Got a few hostiles ahead.
So. Alright, that is my stacks there, but we'll build up fast enough. I haven't tested it yet, which I totally should at some point. To make sure Coco actually works correctly if there's multiple in group. I could check if, but yeah, it would be easiest if I'm just dual boxing to do that.
More bad guys just past the fuselage of the cargo plane. No indication they heard the shooting.
Anything?
Also, most of, like, with a lot of builds, Eclipse is same. It's very much about
Take it up with her if you gotta complain.
running it a lot, helps a lot. Just to be sure, you're aware of the ignite, right? Or That's usually the first step to know about. Like the double tap. Okay.
Keep your eyes open. It might be nothing, but it might be something. Is that supposed to be helpful, Earl? Because it isn't. Shut your damn mouth before I shut it for you. Both of you shut
I'll
up.
let you open. I'm already more than half stacked on the cocoa. Even without having a drone, I'm fully stacked. Because all of those guys died with a bajillion stacks on them. I'll take the hang around here. Let's spread. Hey, I usually don't get to play. I'm actually enjoying it a lot.
No direct way into the main compound.
I don't
from
usually
where
get
you
to
are.
play alongside of
You can get up
Eclipses.
on the wing. You can detour around to the
Usually
west
it
along the
falls,
quarantine barricade.
you know, everybody just pushes me towards it usually. Or as well, I like playing it as well, so I often pick it, but actually, oh yeah, it's kind of fun to play alongside of Eclipse. You can also jump up here, actually. Not too bad yet. One thing to do as well is don't forget you have those grenades. Because here you'll know the spawns. One thing you can do is with the fire cam you need to kind of land it on time and ignite it, but with the flame grenades it like just puts some fire there for a while. That can be very handy. Plenty of keys.
You're coming up on a burn pit.
Yes,
Half a dozen hostiles.
could mind that just tanking in Division is just not as commonly a good way, and you're kind of seeing the reason why actually here likely is that in Division End the capabilities of like preventing the damage like Eclipse is doing here is just a lot stronger than, for instance, if tank tries to tank it. Mostly as well because there are no good aggro mechanics. I still feel they should just put whatever code is running on the decoy and stuff. Like they even have that now on, they did it on some stuff. On gear and such. They should just put plus 100% aggro on like a shield or something. Well, just out of curiosity. I won't be too harsh. Although yeah, there's definitely better things to put your times toward if you're interested in kind of, especially in group settings. For instance, here, it's better to just have a lot of damage, for instance. Because what you have there is pretty tanky, but even, for instance, a tech tank would be more useful here. And a tech tank, for instance, would have not the same level of tanking abilities.
These guys are insane.
But wouldn't be too far off, because also it has a shield that gets healed. But then also has likely 3 times the damage. close to. But there's a kind of scene here as well, like the better way is to have, for instance, Eclipse kind of keep things busy and do its damage, and then, for instance, me and Tiny are running mostly reds. And it works out well enough because here especially as well. The enemies are being CC'd by the Eclipse, and then we just get to do our damage. Alright, we'll loot it all. Must get all loot. Must get all shoot and must get all loot. Yeah. It's a full-on tank. That's also one of the things you can do is actually take the blue cores, if nothing else. You can take the blue cores and then put the rest towards its crit chance and crit damage. The other blue stats aren't that useful. Things like armor regen, things like hazard protection, and especially health and such are not great. So you can put some crit chance, crit damages there. The shield becomes very strong with a lot of blue cores, and
I'll be happy to put some miles between me and this place. Watch yourself.
let's try to make it spread. And here basically we outkill we outkill the enemy. Is kind of the play style of Division. Adversaries purpose. Why not? Why
You're gonna have to find a way to unseal it.
Mostly as well, actually. It's not even just about like having white Krampus. It's much more because the hood works really well, and I just love this face. That we can make there. Okay. Yeah, that can work out well here. Let's try to push hard. Let's try to spawn camp him. Sweet dreams are made of those. Oh man, actually I'm looking for an AUG with... But that was like per chance one, but that was almost maxed. I think we'll do tomorrow as well. Actually, I kind of realized that today in a discussion with somebody we were brought it up with like OD on OD. I should actually just present the other OD. I have two ODs in the collection, of course. I should present one of them as ongoing directive. And Sweet Dreams as a specific source from an Outcast named Outcast boss specifically. That's how I knew it was going to be a Sweet Dreams.
What the hell was that?
A group of hostiles
But exotic component
on the east shore. They're
is the
escorting
actual
someone who
is its
appears
actual
to be
name.
unarmed.
If Emmeline gets away, finding her isn't going to be easy. You've got to stop that boat.
12 haste. I'll share that actually at the end. It needs that.
Find a way to the shore and make sure that boat doesn't get away.
So blue cars and yeah, actually for instance as well. Even just running some of the gear sets with just all blue cores. And then having the gear set side go to some damage, for instance. Oh, so sorry. I can totally see that, yeah. Yep. But I always love the Nemesis mask with some of these hoods. I also love the baby face mask that you can put there. But especially with the low hood, I kind of, I just love this. It's just nightmare fuel for me.
Hasn't launched yet. Looks like they're in the process of fueling it. There are big tanks on either side of the boat.
Those tanks are a primary target. What about Emily?
Even worth using? Not particularly. The thing is, it costs an exotic slot, and yeah, a Scorpio could just be much more useful. I do have sometimes sweet dreams on my characters. It's mostly for the challenges of like melee kill 10, shielded enemies, stuff like that. That's what it can do well. But most of the times it's just outclassed by herself. Like killing a purple by going and meleeing them. Like I can also just kill a purple in like, like I can kill elite that fast. Like what's a purple? One thing you could try to do here, but depends on if you get front enough. You can put your hive, for instance, on the boat when for that wave that spawns. In a second. Also, don't be afraid to actually run other skills on that hive. Because I get the feeling you kind of forget you had it, which is normal starting at. Or well, not starting about, even I forget about it often. But yeah, I could run other things there. Let's pop this. One nice thing about this as well is like it's not like, hey, you need to have a stack on an enemy to make it count or something. Like, for instance, Heartbreaker has. Last waves. Actually, I don't know if you've tried the gunner variant.
The outcasts are going to be much less of a problem than before,
But yeah, I, for instance,
but what they did was even worse.
Feel that's a
I just hope they're finally at peace.
Good one as well to kind of, because the Banshee Pulse is just so easy to use, especially. The player will be normal loot because I have thingies. Yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah. Where was I here? Doesn't seem too good. No, it isn't. That's also pretty weak for other things. Like, there's just better stuff. But yeah, let's get back to base. Got some 8 caches. I'm not gonna finish the weekly for myself today, but yeah, that'll put a dent in it for different day. We'll get it in. Yeah, exactly. But also, yeah, for instance, that is an easy skill where you can kind of shoot it through walls and stuff. Because I've definitely, the hive you need to, place in, where the enemies spawn, kind of. That's also why, that one's the kind of beginner-friendly starter one. And also you have armor on kill, which, you know, helps out a little. Be more aggressive. Yeah, let's I'll just share that in case somebody needs the accuracy stat. I'll share that. Share them over here. Yeah, but 12 haste if somebody wants to have that, because I'm good on those. Definitely. And also accuracy for max accuracy for MMRs. And I'll share over there just in case if someone leaves that doesn't disappear. Also, you're actually kind of the showcase of how the damage thingy breaks. The damage here is especially who hit the most weak points, kind of. So, because there's also not 3 billion damage in that mission, 3.5. But yeah, thank you guys for joining me. Hope you guys had some fun, had some loot, had some shoot, had some loot and shoot. This weirdo with the Nemesis face is gonna go to bed.
An agent is no
But
longer
I'll leave you all to it. But yeah, thanks again for joining, and thanks for making it nice and smooth. And I got to even play around a little bit more Coco. Because Coco will now... Oh, I forgot to actually grab my graded weapons as well when I reloaded the build. Coco will definitely become our next focus, although not the next video. It's going to be build collection updates. Part 1 first, which is going to be a 5-parter. Likely we'll do one part of that, and then Coco, so it won't be too long. But yeah, that's going to be in-depth look. That's not like what we did like this earlier today, which is a build showcase that goes into gameplay and stuff. It'll mostly be numbers related for Coco. We'll take it out in the field just to kind of show how it stacks and stuff, and how bad it is solo, and how good it is in a group. Let me catch up one last time. Although actually, wait, before I do that, even let me go and that's odd. Let me go and find somebody for us raid. I'm trying to find the tab. I wonder if Tickle's gonna go for a while. Let's have a look at him. Although likely he's rounding around the same time. It's rounding out around the same time. Oh no, they're starting dark hours, so they're likely going for a little bit longer, if nothing else. We'll go raid Tickle, as yeah, he's raided us benchy times as well. Let me catch up one last time. Indeed. That's always the thing with the Hive. It just, you know, I often also tend to underutilize it, and in sometimes, mostly more just not paying enough attention. Know what to do in the game anymore? Then keep in mind that's always an option to just take a break, but also, yeah, do something you haven't done before. Maybe it's usually also a recommendation. Hey, you haven't done raids in a while, maybe go do a raid. Haven't done incursion in a while, hey, maybe try to go find a group for that. Haven't played around with like eclipses, for instance, ever before, hey. But also, there's nothing wrong with taking a break sometimes, for instance. Interesting, yeah. Well, it depends. I mean, there's plenty of also people that definitely understand stuff, but there's also a lot of people that don't. Get more webs. Yeah. Oh yeah, go in groups. Like I feel it's honestly for like if we're doing missions like that and stuff, I'd rather be on Coco than Obliterate Striker for a lot of it. I'm gonna guess that's the that's the thank you in that language. Oh yeah, or for instance, commendations as Nick said there. Hey, for instance as well, if you haven't ever played hardcore, as long as your system and stuff is everything's stable, go mess around with that. For instance. And yeah, Coco is definitely like I feel it's actually even maybe overtuned. I wanna see it the pesty numbers as well for it and stuff, but honestly it's thing is though that's kind of fine actually, because at least unlike Striker, it doesn't work everywhere. So if this is actually kind of like for missions and stuff like this, way better. I'm fine with it. We've already seen its numbers. It is just very competitive with strikers now. Matching groups in PvE and PC. No, not particularly. It depends what you're matchmaking for. So most people are playing heroic missions at the very least. So if you're matchmaking like below that, you're not going to find some people. If you're doing it while leveling up, you'll likely not find many people because most people are at endgame and stuff like that. Same, for instance, for while Countdown is very popular, it's mostly just challenging and heroic Countdown. So yeah, if you're doing normal, if you're trying to matchmake for a normal or hard one, it's not, because also those aren't worth it per se. So challenging is easy enough. So there's stuff like that you kind of need to know. But as long as you're matchmaking for popular stuff like just missions or Countdown or stuff like that, then, and then of course you can always try to join a group or something, or a clan especially, and have, you know, people that you always can have around. Indeed. But for example, raids don't have matchmaking. Well, there is a matchmaking for Discovery raid, but that is not the real raids. Incursion, which is a different thing, also kind of endgame thing, does have matchmaking, but most of the time, even for that, you would want to find a group through LFGing, through Discords and such. Incursions. So for incursion, you can matchmake, and depends who you get. You get 3 other people. They might be people that are like just doing incursions their whole life, and it'll be the easiest run ever. You might get 3 people that just don't know anything, and it'll not happen. So it kind of depends. But with LFG, at least you can kind of, because yeah, there's a lot of Discords where you can kind of talk to people and go like, hey, I'm new to the raids or new to the incursion. Some people are okay with that and go like, hey, sure, we'll take in somewhat newer person through, especially if you're willing to as well be, for instance, you know, communicative. So at least either willing to jump into the voice channel, even if you don't have a mic, but just so you can hear what they say, so they can guide you to what needs to be done and stuff like that. There is no LFG tool inside of the game, but yeah, the Discords are especially popular for that on the PC end. I'm not sure, like, if on consoles. I feel most people on consoles also use Discord now, because Discord's on, I know, at least on Xbox. But yeah, so there's the official Discord, there's a Reddit Discord, especially if you're like in the Discovery thing, search for Division 2, you'll find a bunch of them. There's also some that are like community based. So for instance, actually the person we're about to raid in a second, DJ Tickle, he has a community. What they're likely doing there is actually helping people do the raid. Because there's also that, there's like, yeah, what in Destiny would be Sherpa runs. Over here we call them community runs or carry runs. For instance, they'll likely be doing that, unless they're doing some like speedrun stuff maybe or something. But yeah, there are groups. For instance, DJ Tickle is one, GC Rock is another one that you'll find likely once you start looking around. They have communities that just help people do the incursions, do the raids, stuff like that. Oh, we do it sometimes as well. Likely in the new year, we'll start again with at least the incursions and stuff again, because we used to do that for community foreman stuff. So master missions is also a thing for instance. But yeah, let's go actually rate Tickle, and then I can go to bed. I'll be back tomorrow. Will likely be a little not early at all, because I'll take that time to stitch together that video we recorded today, get it all up and ready, and post it. And likely I'll start a few hours early, but nothing too super early. Not unlike, for instance, today, like where we had afternoon and evening. And then, yeah, tomorrow we'll work on the Coco spreadsheet. We'll just run around and play a lot. And at some point, also, I need to just sit there and open my caches. We'll get that then. Enough yapping for me. Thank you all for joining me. Off to Tickle the Twitch guys go. Twitch guys and gals. Yeah, YouTube people, I can't do anything to you guys and gals. Enjoy your day. But yeah, one last Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, and I hope to catch you all in the future. And as always, have a good night.